Who will be the next president? Who will the Filipino people choose to lead the nation in the next 6 years? Get to know the presidential candidates for the upcoming elections. Hear their solutions and programs to the country's pressing issues. Live from Okada, Manila, Sunshine Media Network International, in partnership with ALV Events International and the Manila Times, bring you the D-Pro, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview with SMNI Debates moderator, attorney Karen Emano, and veteran panelist, UP political scientist, Professor Clarita Carlos, former Iloilo Vice Governor and Congressman, attorney Rolex Suplico, teacher, international relations and international diplomatic and subjects, Rolando Sasso, and the Manila Times chairman and CEO, Dante Clink and II, live on March 26, 2 p.m. on SMNI.
SMNI and ALV Events International.
Gabay para sa tamang pagpili ngayong eleksyon, hatid namin sa inyo itong mga leksyon.
Sino ang dapat na magpatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimulan? Sino ang dapat na mailukno sa kapangyarihan?
Dapat may paninindigang ipagpatuloy ang laban kontra insurhensya at iligal na droga.
Matapang, ngunit may puso, may malasakit, handang magpatawad, tagapagtaguyod ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa.
Handang isakripisyo ang meron siya, mapunan lang ang kakulangan ng iba. Ang pulso ng taong bayan, nasa sa kanya.
Mautak, madiskarte at alam ang saklaw ng batas. May konkretong solusyon sa bawat problema, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis at pandemya.
Kilalanin mo ang iyong iboboto. Aralin ang plataforma. Paano ito isa sa katuparan at patatagalin? Suriin ang track record.
Sawa na tayo sa puro forma at salita. Ang kailangan natin ang magpapatuloy sa
Well, kasi lalo na yung chief executive, nakadapayan sa napakalalim at napaka-complicated na mga subject areas. Kaya kung sila ay pupunta sa larangan na yan, they better have something between their ears. Kasi yan hindi minimemorize eh. Especially sa crisis situation, sarili mo lang talaga ang pagbabasihan mo ng angking talino or angking kabobohan. Diba? If it's not there, it's not there. That's the reason why we demand so much of them.
So itong deep probe, kakaiba ito kasi nga, una, nakatutok ito sa kanilang mga plataforma mismo. At kaya mas papapalalim yung pag-intindi ng mga tao sa pamamagitan ng pagtatanong ng mga panelists ng more pointed and sharper questions.
Well, I think they can expect serious questions to serious issues. Like I said, times are difficult, especially now because of the pandemic. And I think this requires an in-depth discussion on what the next government will do, not only to help the Philippines recover from the pandemic, but to attain all of those objectives that were put on hold because of the global public health crisis.
Ang deep probe, aarokin ang kanyang utak at pag-iisip. Kaya malalim ito, kaya deep probe. Malalim na pagsisiyasat. So, in this critical moments of the events of the modern world history, what we need is a president who can decide for the protection and the development of our country.
Ang mga
panelists dito ay mga taong hindi basta-basta sa kanilang profession. Ang mga kasamahan ko ay kilala. Ako ay isang telecom and franchise lawyer since 1991. So, ang mga katanungan ko ay based din doon sa experience ko bilang isang abogado at bilang isang telecom and franchise lawyer. Dito, ang natatanong dito
Mabuhay Pilipinas! Magandang hapon po sa ating mga kababayan sa buong bansa at sa buong mundo. It's good to be back. Live na live po tayo ngayon sa Okada, Manila. Welcome to the Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. Hatid sa inyo ng Sunshine Media Network International, katuwang ang ALV Events International at The Manila Times. Ako po, si MJ Montihar.
Ako naman si Ruth Hamilton. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin po ang paghahatid sa inyo ng SMNI ng isang malaman at makabuluhang mga talakayan sa mga usaping dapat malaman ng bayan. At matapos ngang tangkilikin ng milyong-milyon nating mga kababayan ng serye ng SMNI debates mula sa presidential debate hanggang sa dalawang magkasunod na senatorial debates, ngayong araw naman MJ ay matutunghayan ng sambayan ng Pilipino ang mas pinalalim at mas makabuluhang SMNI presidential interviews.
Ruth, kumpara sa mga naunang debate ng SMNI kung saan harapan ang mga presidential candidate sa pagbabanggaan ng kanilang mga tugon sa iba't ibang issue ng bansa, ngayon naman sa The Deep Probe ay matutunghayan natin ang kakaibang tanungan at talakayan ng bawat isang kandidato kasama ang ating panel of experts.
So mga kababayan, medyo mas relax ang setup natin ngayon, pero sa ganitong format, mas mapapalalim ng bawat kandidato ang kani-kanilang paliwanag sa kanilang mga programa.
Tama ka dyan, Ruth. Kaya live na live tayo napapanood ngayon via Free TV Channel 39, sa Digital TV SMNI News Channel, sa Sky Cable, Signal at iba pa mga cable TV affiliates nationwide. Napakikinggan din tayo sa 17 Sunshine radio stations sa buong bansa at sa worldwide audience through the internet gamit ang mga social media platform ng SMNI sa YouTube at Facebook.
And of course, before anything else, we would like to recognize and thank the Honorary Chairman of SMNI, Reverend Dr. Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy. Thank you, Pastor, for this great honor and privilege once again na maghahatid po tayo sa ating mga kababayan ng isang dekalibreng presidential interviews na magmumulat sa ating mga kababayan kung sino ba talaga ang karapat-dapat na mamuno sa ating bansa. Mapalad muli tayo, MJ, dahil makakasama natin ang mga batikang panelists mula sa iba't ibang larangan para sukatin at kilatisin ang mga pangakong pagbabago ng mga nagnanais maging pangulo ng ating bansa.
Pero bago yan, Ruth, sino-sino nga ba ang mga kumasa sa hamon ngayon ng SMNI presidential interviews? 5 sa 10 kumakandidato sa pagkapangulo ang tumanggap at makakasama natin sila live ngayong hapon. Ang labor leader na si Calyode de Guzman ng Partido Lakas ng Masa, Dr. Jose Montemayor Jr. ng Democratic Party of the Philippines, former Defense Chief Norberto Gonzales, mula naman sa Partido Demokratiko Sosyalista ng Pilipinas, former Presidential Spokesman Ernie Abella bilang independent candidate at ang front-runner ngayon mula sa Partido Federal ng Pilipinas, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr.
Ipinapaalam po namin na lahat ng presidential candidates ngayong halalan ay inimbitahan po ng SMNI at sila pong 5 ang matatapang na handang tumugon sa mabibigat na isyong ibabato sa kanila ng ating batikang panelist na handang-handa rin busisiin ang kanilang mga programa para sa bayan.
Bago po tayo o bago ang lahat, let's all stand for our prayer to be led by Franco Baranda and to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Miss Geneva Cruz.
Let us all pray. Almighty Father, we're thankful and grateful for allowing us to be gathered here once again in this momentous event that will give all Filipino a chance to know more about the aspiring candidates that are running for the highest position in the country. We pray that this meeting of minds and sharing of talents through this presidential candidate interview will give enlightenment for all. And for the participants who are here tonight, may each one build respect for one another, broaden our thinking, guide our thoughts, discussions, and ideas as we seek to work together for the good of our people and country. Bless the organizers, panelists, and everyone for their cooperation and unity in making this event a remarkable one. We know we would not have succeeded without you. Bless this event tonight, all those present, as well as those joining us through TV and on live stream, and may each one make every moment count. All this we ask in your mighty name. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pa sisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwal, hatid pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Maraming salamat, Miss Geneva Cruz. Maaari na pong umupo ang lahat. At sa ating pagpapatuloy, bago tayo dumako sa malalimang discussion routes kasama ang ating mga presidential candidates, ano nga ba ang trabaho at kapangyarihan ng isang Pangulo ng Pilipinas? Bakit napakahalaga na makilala natin ang bawat kandidato? At gaano nga ba kalawak at kabigat ang obligasyon ng isang punong ehekutibo ayon sa ating konstitusyon? Alamin natin yan sa video na ito.
Sa 10 kandidatong naglalaban-laban sa posisyon ng pagkapangulo, isa lamang ang papalarin na humawak sa pinakamakapangyarihang posisyon. Ito ay kapag nakuha niya ang mayorya sa boto ng mga Pilipino ngayong Mayo 9. Ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas ay maaari lamang manilbihan sa loob ng isang termino na katumbas ng 6 na taon at hindi na pahihintulutang maihalal muli. Magsisimula ang kanyang termino ng tanghali ng ika-30 araw ng Hunyo pagkatapos isagawa ang eleksyon. Ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas ay magsisilbing puno ng Estado, puno ng pamahalaan at punong komandante ng Sandatahang Lakas ng Pilipinas. Ang isang naghahangad na maging Pangulo ay dapat likas na ipinanganak na Pilipino, isang rehistradong botante, nakababasa at nakasusulat, 40 taong gulang sa araw ng halalan, nakapanirahan sa bansa ng 10 taon bago ang halalan. Bilang Pangulo, siya ay may kapangyarihang pamahalaan ang ehekutibong sangay. Pinamamahalaan niya rin ang lahat ng ehekutibong kagawaran, kawanihan at tanggapan. Kasama na rito ang pagbabago ng estruktura at paghirang ng mga pinuno para sa mga nabanggit. Ikalawa, kapangyarihan na gumawa ng mga ordinansa. Ang isang halal na Pangulo ay may kapangyarihang maglabas ng mga halaing tagapagpanganap na kasangkapan upang maging mas epektibo ang mga patakaran at programa ng administrasyon. May 6 na executive issuance na maaaring ilabas ang Pangulo. Ito ay ang Executive Order, Administrative Order, Proclamations, Memorandum Orders, Memorandum Circular, General o Special Orders. Ikatlo, kapangyarihan sa mga dayuhan. Ang Pangulo ay may kapangyarihang magpaalis ng mga dayuhan mula sa bansa pagkatapos idaan sa wastong proseso. Siya ay may kapangyarihan ding baguhin ang estado ng isang dayuhan ayon sa nakasaad sa batas. Ika-4, kapangyarihan ng eminent domain, S-cheat, pagre-reserba ng lupa at pagbawi ng yamang mula sa masasama. Ang Pangulo ng Pilipinas ay may kapangyarihang kunin ng may makatarungang bayad ng pribadong ari-arian para sa pambayang pangangailangan. Gayon din ang bawiin ang mga ari-ariang kinamkam ng mga pinuno at taga-suporta ng nakaraang rehimen at pangalagaan ang interes ng mga mamamayan sa paghawak ng mga ari-ariang ito. Ika-5, kapangyarihang maghirang sa posisyon. Maaaring magtalaga ang Pangulo ng mga opisyal ng pamahalaan ng Pilipinas ayon sa nakasaad sa konstitusyon at mga batas ng bansa. Gayunpaman, maaaring kailanganin ng ilan sa mga paghirang na ito ang pagsang-ayon ng Committee on Appointment o Komisyon sa Paghirang. Ika-6, kapangyarihang pangasiwaan ng mga pamahalaang lokal. May ata sa Pangulo bilang punong ehekutibo na pangasiwaan ang mga pamahalaang lokal sa bansa. Bukod sa mga nabanggit, ang Pangulo ay maaari ring magpatupad ng mga kapangyarihang nakasaad sa konstitusyon at batas. Ganyan kabigat at kalawak ang responsibilidad ng isang Pangulo ng Pilipinas. At king malapit nang matapos ang administrasyon ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, muling pipili ang taong bayan kung sino ang magpapatuloy sa pagbabagong nasimulan. Sino ang may tapang na tumangan para maging Pangulo ng mamamayang Pilipino.
Bigay na natin ang pagkakataon sa ating SMNI Deep Probe host na siya ring nagsilbing moderator sa ating SMNI debates.
Walang iba kundi ang batikang abogado at broadcaster, attorney Karen Jimeno.
Thank you, MJ and Ruth. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back here at Okada with all of you. Marami po kaming natanggap na requests for a part 2 of the presidential debate. Bilang pagtugon sa inyong hiling, we bring to you the SMNI Deep Probe, the presidential interviews. Today's event is meant to help the Filipino people get a deeper understanding of the presidential candidates by having them face our expert panel. So how is the Deep Probe different from the debates? Each of our presidential candidates will be given a chance to sit down and talk with our panelists. Compared to debates where candidates are under time pressure and unable to fully elaborate their answers, candidates will be facing an in-depth scrutiny by the panel. Compared to a debate, the Deep Probe is a discussion structured around a candidate's vision for the country. Panelists will ask candidates questions based on their programs of government. Candidates will also be addressing questions on pressing issues that we face today, from international relations, domestic affairs, national security, post-COVID impacts, employment, and other issues. This is a free-flowing exchange triggered by inquiries from the panel, just like a job interview. But think of this as a job interview for the highest position in our country. So without further ado, let me welcome our panelists. They are from different fields of expertise. First, we have political scientist and University of the Philippines professor, Dr. Clarita Carlos. An international relations and international diplomatic negotiations and subjects teacher, and an anchor of SMNI Statescraft, newly arrived from the Netherlands, Ms. Sas Rogando Sasot. Also joining us tonight is telecommunication and franchise lawyer and seasoned lawmaker, Attorney Rolex Suplico. And last but not the least, the Manila Times CEO and Chairman, Dante Klink-Ank II. Ladies and gentlemen, sila po ang ating expert panelists for today. At ngayon, makakasama na natin ang unang presidential candidate na sasalang sa The Deep Probe. Isa sa labor leader na isusulong ang anyay makamasang ekonomiya, reforma sa politika at tunay na panlipunang kaunlaran. Atin siyang kilalanin.
Isang lider na hinubog ng karanasan bilang isang pinuno at miyembro ng iba't ibang grupo ng mga manggagawa sa higit 3 dekada. Makamasang ekonomiya, reforma sa politika at tunay na panlipunang kaunlaran ang kanyang bitbit na plataforma ngayong halalan.
Oblehin ang pondong ilalaan natin para sa pagpapaunlad ng ating agrikultura, ng ating mga magsasaka, ng ating mga mangingisda. Ano man, national, local, pistok ay dapat nating pasukin para matapos na itong ating problema ng digmaan sa loob ng ating bansa. Kaya dapat natin resolbahin yung problema ng kahirapan, resolbahin natin ang inustisya, ipatupad natin yung tunay na reforma sa lupa.
Mula sa Partido Lakas ng Masa, tumatakbong Pangulo, Calyode de Guzman.
Maaari na po kayong upo, Calyode. At ngayon, simulan na natin ang The Deep Probe. To our panelists, you have the floor. Please take it away from here.
Magandang hapon, Calyode. Nagkita na naman tayo. Nagkita tayo nung unang round. And siguro ako yung mag-shoot ng first question. Pero ito kasi ay, this is a non-belligerent format. Sana nga dito kakatabi namin eh. Kaya lang hindi maiba yung format eh. Miski anong pagsisip-sip ko sa SMNI, ayaw niyang bagyuhin. No? Because we wanted the candidates to really sit with us. So, siguro, bago ko i-shoot yung, kasi ito yung binigay mo dito sa SMNI kung ano yung gusto mong gawin kung ikaw ay maging Chief Executive sa July, ay siguro gusto ko munang makilala ka na more intimately, no? Bakit mo ba naisipang mag-run for Chief Executive?
Mahaba na ako nakikipaglaban. Marami kaming kahilingan para sa sektor ng mga manggagawa. At mula sa sektor ng mga manggagawa, pati sa mga driver, pati sa mga magkasaka, yung mga kahilingan niya, for 36 years, wala naman nakikinig sa gobyerno, sa mga nagpalit-palit. Hingi namin ang tunay na reforma sa lupa, hindi naman ipapatupad, kontraktualisasyon, dapat itigil, maging regular sa trabaho ng mga manggagawa, wala naman nakikinig, sahod ng mga manggagawa itaas, itaas yung sahod ng mga manggagawa sa probinsya, kapantay na sa Metro Manila, wala rin. Yung sektor ng serbisyo, panawagan namin, dapat yan ay maging hawak ng gobyerno at maging serbisyo, wala din. Yung oil deregulation law, ang tagal na namin tinapanawagan yan na dapat magkaroon ng regulasyon at hindi deregulated yung presyo ng petrolyo pero wala rin nakikinig. Yung VAT, sabi namin nagpapahirap yan sa mga mamayan, alisin natin at ilipat natin yung ating taxation doon sa kumikita at huwag doon sa ating mamayan. Kasi regressive sa ating konstitusyon, dapat ay progressive. Wala rin nakikinig. Kaya sabi ko, baka mas maganda, tumakbo na ako at medyo mabigat, pero subukan natin na tumakbo.
Sige, salamat.
Professor Carlos, sususugan ko lang yung question po ninyo. Kasi, I read your profile at alam naman po natin na kayo po ay nanggaling sa pagiging aktivista. At ang pinaglalaban niyo po ay yung mga interest po ng mga sektor na inyong mga nabanggit. Pero po, pag kayo po ay naging Pangulo ng Pilipinas, hindi lang po isang sektor ang inyong pamumunuan, kundi iba't ibang sektor na may kanya-kanyang interes. Ngayon, kung kayo po ay naging Pangulo ng Pilipinas, paano niyo po babalansehin ang iba't ibang interes na to, katulad po ng interes ng mga manggagawa at interes po ng mga kapitalista?
Una, klaruhin ko lang, pag sinabi kong manggagawa, ang ibig naming sabihin dyan ay nakapatungkol yan doon sa lahat ng mga taong obligadong magtrabaho para mabuhay. That's labor, that's worker. Ngayon doon sa mga kapitalista, may pagbabalanse rin kami dahil may inisip kami na pagtulong doon sa mga maliliit na negosyante, yung mga micro, small, and medium enterprises. Pero doon sa mga kartel, sa mga monopolyo, talagang hindi ko gusto yung kailang mga pamaraan ng pagninegosyo na ginagamit, yung kanyang kalamangan sa finansya, and at the same time, yung kailang political connection para itulak yung kailang mga business interest. Doon ako hindi sang-ayon. At lalo na doon sa mga negosyante na hindi nila tinuturing yung mga manggagawa na partners. Dapat ay partner sila. At hindi dapat kinokontraktual, hindi dapat masyadong mababa ang sahod ng mga manggagawa kumpara doon sa living wage. Napakalayo. At maraming yung karapatan niyang mag-union na pinaka-basic sa ating konstitusyon, ayaw ipinatupad, ipinagkakait. Yun ang aming pagkakaiba. Nakapatungkol ako doon sa mga cartel, big businesses, at saka itong mga monopolyo.
Ano yung sinusulong nyo mga pagbabago? Yung pagtanggal ng rice tarification law, pagtanggal ng VAT, at yung mga iba pa. Medyo kakaiba. Meron ba kayong nakikitang ibang bayan o bansa na gusto nyo maging modelo para sa Pilipinas?
Hindi.
Para lang po mas maintindihan namin kung ano po yung vision nyo na gusto para sa bayan natin.
Wala akong model eh. Wala akong model na pinagkukuhanan. Ang alam ko lang, nagrereklamo yung mga magsasaka doon sa rice tarification law. Pinayagan yung mga big business, yung mga kartel ng bigas na mag-import ng unlimited na bigas, kaya tumambak dito sa ating bansa, sa mga merkado, na nagdulot ng di mabenta yung aning palay ng ating mga magsasaka. At para mabili, binibili sa halagang halos katumbas lamang kung magkano ang ginastos para ma-produce yung isang kilong palay. Na parang kung 14 pesos ang gastos sa pag-produce na isang kilong palay, halos ganoon din bibilhin. Kaya ang proposal namin, at marami sa mga magsasaka ang nagsasabi na dapat talaga i-refill at magkaroon ng panibagong roadmap na gagawin ng gobyerno para protektado yung ating mga magsasaka. Kawawa yung 11 million nating mga magsasaka dito sa rice tarification law.
I mean this in the most respectful way. Kaya ko po tinatanong kasi talagang gusto ko pong maintindihan. Pero sa paningin ko po, wala po talagang mga bayan na talagang tila sasang-ayon doon sa mga gusto nyo mangyari sa Pilipinas. Kaya po, medyo po, kaya po rin ko po gusto, meron po ba akong hindi naintindihan o baka po mas maganda tanongin, meron po bang hindi naintindihan yung mga boboto ngayong May? Kasi po, patinignan natin yung mga surveys, parang hindi po tumatalab yung gusto nyo mangyari. So ano po bang nami-miss namin?
Kung doon sa hindi tumatalab, no? Hindi tumatalab. Ako may factor yan, hindi ako kilala. Kumpara doon sa aking mga kalaban na talagang mga sikat. Pangalawa, hindi ako yung traditional na mga politiko na bago tumakbo ay kinakailangan may 3 to 5 billion na pondong uubusin sa kampanya. Wala ako noon. Kaya ang talagang gamit ko lang ay yung plataforma ko na para sa mga magsasaka, para sa mga manggagawa, para sa ating mga masang Pilipino. Yun lang inaasahan ko na mag-sink in sa isipan nila na yung aking plataforma ay ito yung laban nilang matagal na, dekada-dekada. At mag-isip nila yan bago ang araw ng botohan. Yun ang aking inaasahan. Kasi hindi ko kaya yung traditional na kampanya na ginagawa nung mga dati na at saka ng mga kalaban ko ngayon. Hindi natin kaya yun. At kaya sabi ko nga, bagong politika yung aking dala.
Kalyote, mayong hapon.
Maayong hapon din.
So, hindi po kayo umaasa na manalo kayo. Umaasa kayo na ma-deliver nyo yung mensahe nyo.
Umaasa ako na manalo. Na bago mag-eleksyon, ulitin ko, bago mag-eleksyon, mag-sink in sa isip ng mga manggagawa, ng mga magsasaka, ng mga mararita, ng mga driver, ng mga kababaihan, yung aking plataforma ay laban nila. Na dekada-dekada nilang laban. Nang sa ganun, maalaala nila ako bago mag-eleksyon at pangalan ko ang isulat nila sa balota.
Alam niyo po, nung Marso 14, nag-release ang Pulse Asia ng results. Alam niyo po yun,
Oo.
na kayo po yung 1%.
Okay.
Ano, 0.1%.
Okay.
So, sinasabi ko lang yung real politics, di ba? Tanong ko po, sa mundo na gusto niyo, meron bang lugar doon ang mga kapitalista?
Meron.
Pwede po pag-explain?
Actually, kami ni Walden, sa program, naglaan kami ng 125 billion in support doon sa mga micro, small, and medium enterprises. Para na sa ganon, makatulong yon para sa pagbangon o pagbawi ng mga manggagawang na wala ng trabaho. And at the same time, ma-develop ulit, mapaunlad nila yung sistema ng kanilang pagninegosyo at tutulong yung gobyerno sa marketing para sa pagpapaunlad ng kanilang sale. And at the same time, kakatulungin din namin sila doon sa pagbubukas ng ating manufaktura na itinigil yan Nung magkaroon ng structural adjustment program ang ating gobyerno mula kay Marcos, kay Cory, itinigil yan yung manufacturing. Kaya nawala yung sapatos, nawala yung garment, nawala yung bakal natin. Kakatulungin natin sila para sa pagbangon ng ating ekonomiya. Magkaroon tayo ng sarili nating industriya para silang gagawa ng mga produktong o mga yaring produkto na kailangan natin.
Paano po mga big time na kapitalista, mga bilyonaryo, meron din pa silang lugar doon sa...
Meron din. At ang pakiusap natin sa kanila, huwag naman masyadong mapagsamantala. Ipakilala natin na dapat yung mga manggagawa ituring na partner batay doon sa ating konstitusyon, batay sa ating labor code, na nandun yung nakasulat na klaro yung mga karapatan. Na dapat yung mga manggagawa ay may just share sa fruit of production. Huwag nating gawing kontraktual yung ating mga manggagawa at ipasa yung responsibilidad niya doon sa mga manpower agency. Yun ang nangyayari ngayon Dapat nakuin nila yung responsibilidad nila sa workers nila. Kasi ang ginagawa nila, ipinapasa sa manpower agency. At ang sabi, alam mo, hindi kita manggagawa. Ikaw ay manggagawa ng manpower agency. Doon ka manghingi. Dapat sana, yung mga negosyanteng dapat kikilala sa konstitusyon, kikilala sa labor code, at kikilala sa mga manggagawa bilang puwersa sa development ng ating bansa at puwersa at katuwang niya sa pagpapaunlad ng negosyo niya.
Pero hindi sila pinagbawalan kumita.
Ay, hindi pagbabawalan. Okay. Dapat naman. Wala na yun. Iba na yun. hindi na negosyo yun.
Ano po ba yung datos ninyo sa estado ng manufacturing sector? Kasi po yung nabasa ko po recently, yung latest manufacturing index po is about 52%. And anything po above 50% means that there's growth po in the manufacturing sector. So, ayon po sa datos na yun, para po may growth. Pero sa tingin nyo, sinasabi nyo, it's stagnant. Tama po ba?
Baka magkaiba tayo ng data, sir. Ako, ang alam ko sa pag-manufacturing, sa eksaktong manufacturing, halos nasa 3% na lang yung mga ng buong manufacturing ng industry, halos nasa 3% na lang. Malayong-malayo na ito noong panahon ng 1960s na number 2 tayo sa Asia, number 2 tayo sa Singapore, at mas malamang tayo sa China, lamang tayo sa Taiwan, lamang tayo sa South Korea. Yung ganong sistema ng negosyo, ang magandang pagsimulan. Noong panahong yon, regularization ang patakaran ng gobyerno. At ang sahod ng mga manggagawa, kung magkano dito sa Metro Manila, ganon din sa probinsya. At gumugulong ang ating industriya noon. Yung ating bakal, yung ating sapatos, yung ating garment, umaandar. Kaya ganun ang ating ekonomiya. Pero ang problem, nung magkaroon ng structural adjustment program na inaprubahan ng ating gobyerno, nagbukas yung ating ekonomiya, kaya nawasak yung ating agriculture, nawasak yung ating industriya. At tayo ngayon ay pinapaasa na lang sa produktong dayuhan, yung mga yaring produkto, pinapaasa lang tayo, binabibili,
And at the same time, hindi lang yung yaring produkto, pati agricultural products, sibuyas, bawang, luya, pumapasok na rin.
Kalori, kaya ako po tatanong kanina, ano po yung modelo ninyo? Ano po ba yung gusto nyong gayahin? Kasi po sa lahat po ng nakikita ko mga bansa, lahat po sila favors liberalization, nagbubukas po sila, even the socialist countries po. At alam naman po natin yung China, but even Vietnam, they adopted yung Doi Moi policy in 1990s. Ito nga po yung nagpapaunlad sa Vietnam ngayon. At sabi nga po nila, baka maunahan pa ang Pilipinas. So, pati po yung mga North Korea na gusto talagang na-isolated po because of economic sanctions, gusto rin magbukas. Pero kayo po, parang tila against the grain po ang gusto nyo mangyari. Tama po ba or mali?
Hindi naman ako nag-iisip ng North Korea. Hindi ako nag-iisip ng North Korea. Pero wala pa namang model eh. Wala akong makitang parang model na bansa. Pero may mga magaganda na mapupulot ka na mga program nila sa economic. At ako, ang iniisip ko lang, ay dito sa ating bansa, na itong bagay na mga nakasisira sa ating industriya, tulad ng mga, sabi ko nga, yung Structural Adjustment Program, yung mga agreement natin sa WTO, at even itong gustong papirmahan na RCEP, mawawasak talaga ang ating industriya at saka itong ating agrikultura. Dahil 1,700 yata na tariff line ang bubuksan ulit. Talagang ang lahat ng pangangailangan natin bilang Pilipino ay talagang paasahin tayo sa import. Ang problem diyan, pagka sa importation, mahal eh. Tapos mag-i-export tayo ng mga raw materials natin, halimbawa ore metal na napakamura sa China, tapos bibili tayo ng bakal na napakamahal. Laging deficit tayo sa trade. At dahil deficit tayo sa trade, mangungutang tayo. Kaya nababaon tayo sa utang. Hindi na tayo makakaahon nito pagka nagpatuloy ang ganyang sistema ng ekonomiya natin. Hindi tayo makakaahon. Maglulubog tayo sa utang at babagsak ang ating sariling ekonomiya.
Kalori, you mentioned yung utang. And that's been discussed in some of the debates. In fact, I think po dun sa pinuntahan yung CNN debate, sinabing 12 trillion na po yata. Pero po, pag titingnan nyo po yung national debt natin, tila po hindi naman po ganun kasama kasi it's only 60% po of GDP. In fact, mas mataas pa nga po ng time ni Mrs. Arroyo, was 63% of GDP. And time po nung latter part po ni President Cory Aquino, beginning part po of the term of President Fidel Ramos, mas mataas po yung debt to GDP ratio at the time. Pag tinignan nyo na po ng ibang metric naman po, per capita GDP, hindi naman po, even at 12 trillion, hindi po nalala yung per capita debt po natin sa nakikita po natin in Vietnam, Thailand, and others. So parang hindi po ba kaya overblown or politicized itong issue na ito?
Di naman. Mukhang ang mga economists naman ay nagkakasundo na yung ilabot nating 60% na ng ating GDP ay isang delikado na yan. Hindi na maganda. Dapat sana bilo pa. Pero umabot na eh. Pero even though na hindi pa umaabot, yan na yung ating history. History na natin na parang mula kay Marcos, kay Cory, lahat yan, walang exempted. Na nangutang. Sa panahon lang yata ni Noynoy medyo nagbago. Pero problem yun eh. Hindi dapat tayong lahat ng ating pag-unlad at gagastusin ay puro utang. Dahil pagka nangutang ka, hindi lang naman yung interest ang babayaran mo. Ang dami mga surcharges. Tapos ang dami mga kondisyones na ini-impose ng mga financial institution na nagpapautang sa atin. Sige.
Kasi sorry, papasensya po.
Sige,
kasi po yung Singapore, for instance, yung debt to GDP ratio po nila is 123% if I'm not mistaken. More than 120% po. Yung sa Japan, yung debt to GDP ratio na po nila is more than 200%. Even in nominal terms po, yung face value ng pera, mas malalaki pa po yung utang ng mga ibang bansa. So kung titingnan niyo po yung sa atin, di pa tila po mas manageable itong sitwasyon natin. Not only po in historical terms, but compared po to other countries in...
Financially, pwedeng sabihin, Pero pag tinignan natin sa baba, yung ating mga mamayan, na nasa 27 o 25% na ang nakakaranas ng gutom, yung involuntary na paggugutom. May meron tayong 5 million na mga 4 to 5 million na mga kabataan na hindi nakapag-aaral. Meron tayong 6.7 million na mga bahay na backlog sa atin sa housing. Baka mas magandang yan ang tingnan, yung kalagayan ng ating mamayan kaysa sa mga datos na ipinapresent natin. Dahil may ibang katangian
yung kalugaran ng ating bansa kumpara sa ibang bansa. Kaya baka mas maganda mag-focus sa kalagayan ng ating mga manggagawa na talagang hirap na hirap sila.
Ay, sabi niyo nga po kanina, gusto niyo magbigay ng something like 100 billion at
25.
subsequent sa mga SMEs. Tama po ba? So very similar po sa sinasabi ni Vice President Robredo na gusto nila magbigay ng similar amount to micro, small, and medium
150 yata
enterprises.
sila.
Pero po, ang tanong ko lang po, there is Republic Act 9501. Ito po yung Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Enterprises that requires po banks to set aside 8 or 10% of their total loanable funds to MSMEs. That's about 8 trillion pesos po. But sa ngayon po, only 5% of the loanable amounts are given out, and that's already 400 plus billion. Mas malaki po sa binabanggit nyo ngayon. Di pa, as President, mas magandang ipatupad na lang yung Magna Carta for MSMEs kaysa po magbigay pa tayo ng 100 billion subsidy na binabanggit nyo po?
Kasi yung 125 billion na ay hindi lang doon sa pagbangon, kundi gagamitin natin sila doon sa pagbubukas ng ating manufaktura. At ang kakatuwingan natin ay yung mga MSME. Kasi sa aming experience, mas marami pang mga negosyante nasa mga maliliit, yung may puso ba talaga para sa pagpapaunlad ng bayan. Hindi lang yung parang kabig lang ng kabig. Nag-iisip na sa kapakanan ng mga manggagawa at ng bayan. Yun ang gusto namin katuwangin para doon sa pagbubukas ng ating sariling manufaktura at industriya na gagawa ng produktong ating kailangan para hindi na tayo masyadong nag-i-import.
Kaya nga po, di patupad na lang yung batas, then automatically you have 800 billion pesos for MSMEs. Di po mas
Pwede natin idagdag yun. Pwede natin idagdag para nang sa ganun, makaka-recover na sila sa epekto nitong pandemic, and at the same time, makakatulong tayo sa kanila para sa pagtuwang doon sa pagbubukas ng ating sariling industriya.
Maraming salamat po, Kalyodi. At nakakatuwa naman po, nakikita namin ang inyong kakayahan, hindi lamang sa mga pulisiya, sa mga manggagawa, pero yung kaalaman ninyo rin po sa ekonomiya, pati sa mga iba't ibang policies when it comes to finance and the budget. At sa ngayon, magkakaroon lang po tayo ng short break, pero babalik po tayo para ipagtuloy ang pag-uusap natin dito sa The Deep Probe SMNI Presidential Interviews.
Para sa
mismo sa ng
malinis
ibig sa pagbablo
sound check ang
muling panalisyan mga mapang ay nga kamukas laban
Nagbabalik po tayo sa The Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential interviews. At sa ating pagbabalik, patuloy po nating kikalalanin ang unang kandidatong nakasalang ngayong araw, Cal Yodi de Guzman.
Siguro, Karen, I'm going to shift gear. And Cal Yodi, I'm going to elicit your views in regard to some defense and security issues. Hindi lingid sa kaalaman natin na sa Monday mag-uumpisa yung balikatan. Ito ang ibang-iba sa ibang balikatan kasi almost 9,000 ang mga American and Filipino military na magsasanib puwersa so that they will be interoperable sa kanilang mga ginagawa. Meron pang isang nangyayari na kasanib din ito. Merong partnership ang Australia at ang US, dalawang kumpanya na nakakuha ng long-term lease sa Subic Bay. Ang dating paradahan ng US Naval Forces. So you will notice, di ba magpinsan tong dalawang kaganapan na ganito, no?
Magkapatid.
Anong damdamin mo dito?
Medyo hindi ako komportable doon sa mga ginagawa kasi provocative doon sa sitwasyon ngayon sa pagitan ng Amerika at ng China na may ongoing trade war sila, then may girian, lalong makakapagpaapoy o makakapagtulak sa China para lalong maging aggressive na ipwesto yung kanyang sarili in defense sa kanyang bansa sa ginagawa nitong mga exercises na ito. Kaya nakakapag-alala na lalong maging agresibo talaga yung China na protektahan yung kanyang sarili at yung West Philippines lalo na siyang nag-iisang lugar para sa kanyang pagpapaunlad ng Navy, ng air, ng kanyang pandigmang dagat, sa pandigma, ay baka lalong tayong sagasaan. Kaya sana, wag nang sanang apuyan ba? Wag na sanang paypayan yung sitwasyong nangyayari ngayon. So considering may nangyari pa sa Yemen, Saudi, tapos nandito yun sa Ukraine, di pa tapos, baka hindi magandang klima ito para doon sa kinatatakutan ng ating mga mamayan na world war ay mangyari. Sana wag ng paypayan.
Yeah, pero dahil ikaw ang chief architect ng ating foreign policy, remember, kailangan mong bitbitin yung mga senador dito sa gusto mong mangyari na i-scuttle ang Mutual Defense Treaty, yung kanyang mga tukod, MILSA, BFA, EDCA. Paano kaya gagawin mo kung ayaw pa bitbit ang Senado mo?
Tingin ko, marami talaga na sa mga senador ay hindi papayag dahil marami dyan ay talagang may pagsamba sa Amerika, na na-develop ang Amerika ng relasyon sa atin. Talagang na-project na talagang yung Amerika ay tagapagtanggol ng Pilipinas. Samantalang sa katotohanan ay hindi naman. Walang ginawang pagtatanggol. At ang history ay nagpapakita na nagsamantala yung Amerika sa atin at nagagamit tayo. At sa panahong ating kailangan, hindi naman natin mapakinabangan. Kaya ako talaga gagawa ako ng paraan para yung mga kasunduan yan sa Amerika na mga military agreement, mutual defense treaty hanggang dito sa EDCA ay talagang maputol na. Nang sa ganun ay makatulong pa tayo doon sa atin sa Southeast Asia ng yung security dito, yung kapayapaan dito sa Southeast Asia ay magkaroon ng semblance ng pagtungo sa katuparan ng pangarap nila na magkaroon ng kapayapaan sa magitan ng pag-aalis nitong mga nagmamagnet sa posibleng gera o pag-atake sa atin. Ngayon, yung pagkumbinsi sa Senado, talagang magkakahirapan. At ako nga, yun tulad na sinabi ko sa iyo nung nakaraan, na gagawa ako ng iba't ibang pamaraan, sukdo lang, gumamit ako ng provision sa Constitution, yung People's Initiative, na medyo mahirap yan, pero kung yan ang paraan, ay talagang kailangan magtrabaho yung gobyerno para ako magtrabaho para kumbinsin yung ating mamayan na ipasa na yung pag-repeal dyan at maipalaganap natin. Mas ang maipalaganap natin ay yung kapayapaan sa bansa, sa rehiyon, at hindi lang sa rehiyon, kundi sa buong mundo. Maging part tayo doon sa ganung mga panawagan.
Calyodi, magbi-build up lang ako dito kasi sa usapin ng defense, nandyan yung usapin ng foreign policy. At nabasa ko po dito sa inyong pinadalang information sa amin na ang inyong isusulong na foreign policy ay independent at internationalist. I think marami sa ating nakakaalam kung ano ang independent foreign policy. Pero yung isa dito kasing term, yung internationalist, ito ay siguro ay hindi pa ganoon kalinaw sa ating mga tao. For me, I understand this. And I think I would like you to explain it further, sir, para lang po mas maliwanagan yung ating mga kababayan. Ano po yung inyong ibig sabihin sa internationalist foreign policy?
Pag sinabi kong internationalist, ang ibig sabihin niyan ay nakapatungkol doon sa panawagan yung pagpapanawagan ng buong mamayan ng buong mundo na naglalayo ng kapayapaan, ng pagtutulungan, kooperasyon sa mga bagay na makapagpapaunlad sa buhay ng mga tao, ng tao sa bawat bansa, at pagpo-promote ng kapayapaan. Pagtatanggol doon sa mga inaapi at pagtuligsa doon sa mga bansa na nagtutulak ng kanyang militaristic na paraan para magkamkamin yung yaman ng buong mundo. Yung ganong paraan na kooperasyon sa halip na gera, sa halip na agawan, ay kooperasyon para sa kabutihan sa proteksyon ng ating nag-iisang planeta at ng sangkatauhan. Mas yun ang ibig sabihin sa amin ng internationalist.
Calyodi, sususugan ko lang yung aking katanungan kasi may nabasa ako dito sa inyong programa na patungkol sa WTO, sa World Trade Organization Treaty, na gusto nyo sanang, ano po ang pagkakaintindi ko dito? Gusto nyo po bang tumiwalag ang Pilipinas sa WTO treaty or isuspend lang, or ano po ba yung kasi ang nakalagay dito yung pigilan ang bulag na pagsunod sa WTO treaty. Ano po yung gusto niyo sabihin? Kasi pag ang iyong foreign policy po kasi, sir, ay internationalist, di ba, Professor Carlos, gusto mong makibahagi sa mga ganitong trade agreements, sa ganitong mga international institutions, katulad din nung RCEP, yung Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Ito'y isa sa mga internationalist
Mabuti
agenda.
tinanong mo yan, Sas, kasi last time, I didn't have an opportunity kasi very brutal yung mode last time, yung modality. I wanted to ask a follow-up question on Sana Calyodi. When you get out of the regime of the WTO, ano nga yung legal framework tungkol sa trade ang i-replace nun? Or labo-labo na lang ba tayo? Susog lang siguro sa question ni Sas, no?
Parang paano niyo po yung babalansihin yung kagustuhan yung magkaroon ng internationalist foreign policy, pero at the same time po is nagiging critical kayo doon sa mga internationalist institutions, international treaties, at kung ano-ano po.
Tama ka. Critical ako doon sa mga formasyon na yan, WTO, tsaka doon sa RCEP na tinutulak ng China. Kasi mas self-serving yung mga kasunduan. Self-serving doon sa mga nagtutulak, doon sa mga mas malaking kapitalistang bansa, yung buod ng nilalaman ng mga patakaran at kasunduan doon sa WTO at lalo na dito sa RCEP. Kaya gusto namin tutulan at maghikayat ng lahat ng iba pang mga bansa na may mga ganun ding reservation dito sa WTO. At marami na. Parang stagnant na nga yung WTO. Na magbuo ng panibagong formasyon na sa trade na beneficial. Hindi yung may beneficial sa lahat at hindi yung parang ginogoyo lang yung ibang mga bansang samasali, papangakuan ng development, tatakutin na maiwanan kayo pag hindi kayo sumali. Yung mga ganun bang mga tira na at the end, talagang wawasakin yung ekonomiya ng mga third world na bansa tulad ng Pilipinas
para sa pakinabangan noong mga mayayamang bansa, noong mga kapitalistang bansa sa daigdig. Yun ang track namin, na lahat ng mga may reservation dito, mga bansang may reservation dito sa mga kasunduang ito, lalo na sa RCEP, sana huwag matuloy, at saka itong WTO, magbuo ng panibagong formasyon na beneficial sa lahat at hindi yung parang kung sino yung primary nagtutulak ay siya yung pangunahing paglilingkuran.
Well, Calyori, yung RCEP, and aminin ko po yung Manila Times sumusuporta po doon. Ayon po sa mga editorial na sinulat po namin, ang argument po na narinig namin is that it will bump up GDP 2 to 3 points once it ratifies RCEP. Pero kayo po, Tutol, ano po ba yung datos na nakita niyo yung harm na magagawa kung sasama po tayo kung mataratify po yung treaty na yan?
Ang datos ko ay yung ating mga historical na karanasan sa mga pinasok natin mga trade agreement na may pangakong napakagaganda. Pero pagkatapos, bagsak tayo, lugi tayo, nare-realize natin, naiisahan tayo. Yun yung mga panuntunan namin. At batay doon sa laman ng RCEP na ibubukas na naman ng todo-todo. Halos wala matitira na na yung 1,700 na tariff line ay bubuksan. Mayayari tayo, talagang papaasahin tayo sa mga puro imported na mga bagay. Samantalang kaya naman nating i-produce dito sa ating bansa yung mga produktong pumapasok. Nawawalan tayo ng trabaho. Yun ang nangyayari. Kaya yung mga OFW, yung ating mga kababayan, tumataka sa Pilipinas at nagpupunta sa ibang bansa dahil hindi nag-create ng trabaho at ng ekonomiya yung ganyang klase ng mga kasunduan dahil pabor lamang yan doon sa mga mas malaking bansa.
Pero di ba po ba yung sinasabi niyong papasok sa Pilipinas is only one side of the story? Kasi po di ba ang other side is papasok din po yung atin sa China, sa Australia, South Korea, Japan, at sa iba pa pong kasama dun sa RCEP. Hindi po ba makakaganda rin yun na magkakaroon ng mga bagong merkado yung mga produkto na galing Pilipinas?
Kung maunlad yung ating ekonomiya, wala tayong papasok Dahil parang sa balansitado tayo. Para tayong si Onyok. Si Onyok laban kay Tyson ang labanan. Hindi tayo mananalo. Yung barko-barko nila, ang napakalaki, tapos tayo bangka. Hindi ba kakarating? Doon sa bansa nila, yung ating sasakyan. Talo tayo Ang layo. Uneven, napakalayo ng diferensya nila. Tapos sasabihin equal, ay nga, yung ating mga... hindi ba kakarating? Yung ating produkto sa kanila.
Okay, babalikan ko yung sinabi kayo ng kasamang kong si Sas, no? Sabi mo, internationalist. Binigyan mo po ng definition, no? So, sa konsepto, parang naintindihan na natin. Pero, tanongin kita, no? Para malaman natin implementation. Doon sa Ukraine war ba, kinukondina nyo yung Russia?
Point blank
Mabuti na yung malaman. Kasi po, galing tayo sa konsepto.
Maganda yung mga ganyan. Mas maganda yung ganyan tanong. Walang hugot, wala namang hugot.
Para malaman natin kasi hindi maintindihan minsan ang konsepto. Lalo na nakikinig o nanonood sa atin.
Ang natural, dapat kondinahin yung Russia sa kanyang ginawang dudurog, pambobomba doon sa Ukraine. Kawawa yung mga mamayan. Pero, dapat din...
Sorry Calyori, parang hindi maganda sa lasa ko yan. I'm sure nagbasa ka ng kasaysayan, di ba? Meron bang poder si Vladimir Putin na mayamot siya talaga dito kay Zelensky, who is not exactly a clean person, by the way?
Paano ba?
Alam mo,
susunod ko na muna.
Professor ko yan sa political science sa UP. So I give way.
Pero with due respect na doon sa tanong,
okay,
para lang masagot. Kasi baka dapat kondinahin. Hindi pwedeng hindi kondinahin yon. Kasi ako, noon pa sinasabi ko, ako talaga ayaw ko ng gera Pero dapat kondinahin. Ang nasa sakripisyo, yung buong lipunan yung buong mamayan.
May subalit
Dapat kondinahin.
Pero may subalit yung sinasabi kayo.
Subalit, dapat yung US din at saka yung NATO, huwag nang maki-intervene. Kasi mukhang yun ang isang dahilan ng Russia
Gatungan.
Oo, kasi naglalagay ng armas, Ganun eh. Dapat ako katunga. Siguro kay Vladimir Zelensky. Yung presidente ng Ukraine.
Zelensky.
Zelensky. Dapat yun, magtingin ko dapat ang kanyang attitude. Nung umalis sa Russia, dapat nag-independent siya. Kasi yung lokasyon niya talagang critical eh. Nasa border ng Russia eh.
Pero baka kagalitan ako ni Prof. Carlos dito kasi mas alam niya yung foreign policy kaysa sa akin. But ano ba bang kaibahan kung kasama yung Ukraine sa NATO? Nakita niyo pa Lithuania, yung mga Baltic countries na nasa border na rin po ng Russia, sumanib na rin po sa NATO. And ngayon po, even Finland, na medyo nag-aalanganin na sumama sa NATO dahil po sa nangyari sa Ukraine, na-revive po yung talks about possibly also joining NATO.
Dapat
so ano po kaibahan niya?
Sa akin lang, ang dapat na attitude nung presidente ngayon ng Ukraine, matapos siyang umalis sa Russia, dapat nag-independent siya. Kasi yung lokasyon niya eh. Yung lokasyon niya, nasa border niya, yung Russia, ay magkalaban yung Russia at saka NATO. Tapos gusto pa niya mag-member, talagang provocative, talagang mag-member pa siya sa NATO. Malapit na sa Moscow yun eh. Kaya talagang, dapat sana ay magkuhan siya, naging independent na lang muna siya. At huwag nang magpakita ng para bang interest na mag-member pag NATO. Pag nag-member siya ng NATO, magkakaroon ng full authority o intervention talaga yung NATO eh. Para mag-escalate yung gera.
Kalyodi, ang sabi niyo po kinokondinin niyo ang ginawa ng Russia na hindi na gusto. Masama sa panlasa ni Professor Carlos. Pero ang tanong ko po ay ito, kasi sa diplomacy, lahat ng iyong gagawin ay may kasunod. Pag ikaw ay kinundina mo ang aksyon ng isang bansa, meron itong implementasyon. So hanggang saan ninyo dadalhin yung kondemnasyon? For example, kung ang bansang Amerika ay nilapitan kayo at sabihin na sumali ang Pilipinas sa sanctions against Russia, papayag po ba kayo?
Pwede. Dahil ayaw ko talaga nung ginawa. Ayaw ko talaga nung ginawa. Dapat ay huwag siyang manggera. Kung kinakailangan meron tayo may tutulong para obligahin yung Russia na umatras, ay ibigay natin. Pero dapat din, sabihan natin yung US at saka yung NATO. Kasi kung hahadlangan natin siya, tapos tuloy naman ang pasok ng armas ng NATO doon sa Ukraine, hindi naman tayo papakinggan ng Russia. Hindi tayo papakinggan. Kaya para maging effective, yung ating panawagang atras ka, dapat kasabay nun, huwag na rin sabihin natin sa NATO na huwag mong pakialaman, hayaan mo ng independent yung Ukraine at makapamuhay sila ng sarili nila.
Kalyodi, kung alam ko ang puso mo sa Ukrainians, and we are also for the Ukrainians, siguro hindi lang masama sa lasa ko yung sinabi mong parang unprovoked kasi the alternative narrative is something else. Pero, let's not discuss that, let's not go there now. No? Kung ikaw ay presidente ng ating republika, nasabi sa iyo nung kaibigan mo si Zelensky, total talagang kinokondemn mo rin yung invasion ni Vladimir Putin. Pwede bang buksan mo ang Pilipinas sa mga Ukrainian refugees?
Pwede.
Ilan? Kasi si Biden 100,000.
Kwentahin natin kung ilan ba kaya natin kukupin. Kasi umaawa sa tayo eh.
Kasi dapat pangatawan mo yung support mo sa kanya.
Ang masasabi ko agad doon, i-open natin. I-open natin sa mga refugees.
Signatory din kasi tayo sa refugee convention.
Ikwentahin natin kung mas marami ang pwede natin i-accommodate natin. Pero kwentahin natin dahil marami na nagugutom dito.
Salamat.
Kalyodi, ang tanong ko ganito, di ba? Kasi kayo ang magiging chief architect ng foreign policy ng Pilipinas at kayo, syempre, ang magiging chief diplomat. Ngayon, kung maging presidente kayo, hindi nyo may iwasan na makipag-negotiate sa mga katulad ni Vladimir Putin, ni Xi Jinping, ni Biden, at ng European Union. Paano nyo po pinaghahandaan ang ganitong katungkulan given na ang iba't ibang mga leader na ito ay may pinanggagalingan mga iba't ibang negotiation culture?
Siguro sa China, bawasan po natin ang pakikipag-negotiate hanggat di siya umaatras doon sa West Philippine Sea. Ang hirap niyan makikipag-negotiate ka kaagad. Paatrasin muna natin doon sa kanyang pag-claim doon sa West Philippine Sea. Then pagka umatras siya, usap tayo na beneficial sa ating pareho. Doon sa Russia, pwede rin ganun ang ating policy. Atras ka muna dyan sa paggigera dyan sa Ukraine at then mag-usap tayo kung ano yung gusto mo na mapakinabang sa amin at ano man kapalit na mapapakinabangan ng Pilipinas sa inyo. Ganun din sa Amerika. Sa ngayon ay dapat yung mga agreement natin sa kanila ay dapat munang maputol kasi ang hirap makipag-negotiate kung parang may nakatutok na baril sa iyo Kaya kailangan natin alisin yan dahil focus yung binanggit ni Ma'am kanina na nagkakaroon ng exercise, ay tingin ko yun hindi makakatulong para sa pagkapayapa ng rehiyon, kundi makakapag-aggregate pa yon para yung China ay lalong uminit ang puwet niya para
Kalyoli, parang kaninang umaga nabasa ko sa, hindi naman chismis, na parang bibisita yung iyong kumparing si Vladimir Putin. Hindi nga basa. Ewan ko nga ba kung saan ko nabasa yan. Pero hindi naman yan sa tabi-tabi, no? Suppose dahil ilang hininga na lang yung Duterte administration, tapos sumampa siya sa administration mo. So itutuloy mo ba yung invitasyon? Kasi parang state visit Hindi lang siya invitasyon dito Or i-disinvite mo si Vladimir Putin?
Sa ngayon, kung ganyan ang sitwasyon, i-disinvite ko muna siya. Hindi ko muna... Sorry. Hindi maganda.
Pero Calyoti, speaking on practical terms, kasi sinasabi ninyo ay para kayo sa mga manggagawa marginalized sector at ang isa sa mga issue natin ngayon ay ang tumataas na presyo ng gasolina. At alam naman natin na ang Russia ang isa sa mga pinakamalaking supplier ng very cheap fossil fuel. Ngayon, hindi nyo man nakikita ang Russia na potensyal na pwede nating pagkuhanan ng fossil fuel para nang sa gayon ay hindi malunasan natin yung tuloy-tuloy na pagtaas ng fossil fuel sa atin because of the conflict that's going on there?
Ang hirap, di ba? Pero mas nasasaktan akong makita na binobomba niya yung mamamayan ng Ukraine. Kaya pwede naman tayo maghanap ng iba pa mga pwedeng pagkunan. Nandiyan ang Iran, nandiyan ang Venezuela na nagpo-produce din ng maraming langis. Pwede nating gamitin yung iba. Pero alam mo, ako generally, talagang gusto kong let go na yung fossil fuel, lalo na yung coal kasi hindi na maganda. Kaya total, mayroon na tayong batas tungkol doon sa renewable energy na napilasan noong 2008. Paspasan na natin yung unti-unting paglipat doon sa renewable energy. Yun ang ating pwedeng gawin.
Okay. Sinabi nyo, Calyodi, dito sa plataforma nyo para sa electoral at political na reforma. Ika-8, pangalawang tuldok. Tiyakin na ang kongresista ay totoong kumakatawan sa masang Pilipino. Di ba? Siyempre, foreign policy, kung may treaty kayo, kailangan ng ratification ng ng Senado. No? At buong Kongreso ay kailangan ng legislative policy nyo sa unang zona nyo. I-announce nyo na yon. Ano ba ibig sabihin nyo na kumakatawan sa masang Pilipino? Pwede pag-explica nito.
Parang ngayon, hindi kumakatawan. Hindi naman yata talaga kumakatawan
Okay.
May gano'n naman talagang notion na talaga yung karamihan ng ating mga congressman talaga namang may problem, no? At hindi reflected. Makikita mo yung mga inaprubahang mga batas talaga naman pabor na pabor sa mga big business, hindi sa masang Pilipino. Ang proposal ko dyan ay yung pagkaparami ng mga party lists natin, ibalik sa dating original na konsepto ng party list na para sa marginalized, na dapat yung mga congressman natin, mas maraming bilang igaling sa party list. Yung totoong party list, hindi yung fake na party list. Hindi yung party list ng mga trapot dynasty. kundi yung totoong party list. Nga 60% ng ating congressman ay nandun sa ganung, ay galing sa mga party list natin. Nang sa ganun, ma-reflect talaga yung totoong demokrasya na ang karamihan ng congressman ay galing sa marginalized sa sektor, mga manggagawa, magkasaka, mga ngisda. Yun ang majority. Yung Senado, okay lang na, okay, kahit sino yan, okay lang. Pero dapat yung Kongreso sana ay magkaroon ng majority na galing sa sektor para at the end of the debate, pag nagbotohan, matitiyak natin na boses ng mamaya ng mayorya ang mangingibabaw.
Sige po. Nung debates, meron tayong timer sa harapan at ngayon, dahil wala na tayong timer, parang ako yung human timer. Ibig sabihin, it's time for a break pagka sumusulpot ako. Salamat po, Calyodi. We will be back na kasama pa rin natin si Calyodi, but we'll have to go on a commercial break for now. So wag po kayong aalis. The Deep Probe SMNI presidential interviews will be back. Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential interviews. At kasama pa rin po natin ang ating unang presidential candidate, si Calyodi de Guzman. Napakarami pa pong gustong tanungin ng ating panelists pero mabilis pong nagdaan ang 1 hour. So sa ngayon po, Kalyodi, you will be closing the deep probe by having your closing statement.
Okay, unang-una siguro, maraming salamat sa SMNI sa inilunsad na platform na ito. At ako'y natutuwa dahil hindi na debate, kundi mas interview at mas nakaklaro yung mga tindig sa mga issue at plataforma. Mas magandang napapag-usapan yun. At sa bahagi ko ay isang magandang oportunidad na naipahayag ko yung aking plataforma, tindig sa mga issue at naipaalam na merong Kalyodi de Guzman mula sa sektor na lumalaban sa pagka-presidente. It's first time sa ating kasaysayan ng eleksyon sa bansa at ang aking panawagan ay pagkakataon ito para sa ating mga botante na pumili ng kandidato na nakabatay sa tindig sa mga issue at plataforma, hindi lang doon sa personality at saka sa pera. At doon ay kung makapili yung ating mga mamayan ay dapat ay magtulungan, magkaisa para sa pagbabago ng ating bayan at ng kabuhayan ng ating masang Pilipino. At sa pagkakataong ito ay gusto ko ring sabihin na ako ay 36 na taong naglilingkod na sa mga manggagawa. May eleksyon man o wala, ay tuloy-tuloy ako naglilingkod. Kaya ako'y nananawagan sa lahat ng mga manggagawa, kung meron kayong problema, meron kayong usapin, natatanggal kayo sa trabaho, hindi kayo binibigyan ng tamang sweldo, yung SSS nyo, hindi binibigay ng management, ay pwede kayong tumawag sa akin, pumunta kayo sa aming opisina, pumunta kayo doon sa aking Facebook account, para kayo'y mabigyan ko ng tulong. Yung aking opisina ay matatagpuan nyo doon sa number 23, Marunong Street, sa Barangay Pinyahan, Quezon City, o number 23, kung gusto ko kayo taga Maynila. At kung taga probinsya naman, ay pwede kayong pumunta sa Cebu, sa Laguna. Meron din kami mga branches dyan. Opisina pala dyan, at makukuha nyo yung aking number at contact doon sa Lyodi de Guzman Facebook. At dahil ginagawa ko yan dahil talaga ang puso ko ay para sa mga manggagawa. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Kalyodi de Guzman, and to our panelists. Marami po sa ating nakakakilala kay Kalyodi bilang isang staunch advocate talaga ng mga manggagawa. Pero sa ngayon po, nakita natin na marami siyang nasagot na mga tanong, including tungkol sa mga MSMEs, foreign policy, regional trade agreements, and even yung pagbalance ng interest ng mga manggagawa at ng mga kapitalista. Sa atin pong pagbabalik, isang doktor, lawyer, ekonomista, author, at evangelist ang makakasama natin sa ating pagbabalik dito sa The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Interviews. Babalik ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. Kilalanin natin ang susunod na presidential candidate na tutugon sa tanong ng ating mga panelists.
Isang doktor, abogado, ekonomista, manunulat, at ebanghelista. Sa kanyang pagsabak ngayon sa politika, tangan-tangan niya ang isang makadiyos na pamamahala. Iba't ibang reforma ang kanyang isusulong para sa isang maunlad na Pilipinas. Tumatakbo bilang Pangulo mula sa Democratic Party of the Philippines. Dr. Attorney Jose Montemayor Jr.
Good afternoon and welcome, Dr. Attorney Jose Montemayor. You may now sit down. And at this point, you may freely interact with our panelists.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Montemayor. I got to know Dr. Montemayor a little bit better at lunchtime. We were having lunch together. Thank you for what you have shared with me. I didn't know that you are a cardiologist, a renowned cardiologist, and you have written about 200 books on medical subject areas. Is that correct?
Well, hindi lang po medicine, but also law, criminology, economics, and business administration.
Yes, thank you so much. So, a very prolific writer, a man after my heart. What I'd like to probe deeper, Dr. Montemayor, is the position you have taken, undoubtedly a minority position, in regard to vaccination. Is it correct that a case has been filed in regard to questioning the mandatory vaccination policy of the government?
Yes, opo, not only the mandatory aspect of vaccination, but also the other effects like no vax, no right policy. It is not actually the health or medical aspect that I'm questioning, but the mandatory provision, forcing people to take this experimental therapy or vaccination.
So, there are two aspects there. The mandatory part is making it compulsory for everyone to take the job, right? But the science part, are you saying you are not supportive of the science part when you are a medical scientist yourself?
Well, yes. Actually, I am also a researcher. In fact, two major companies that are backing up vaccines, and the companies are actually in the vaccine business. I did some cardiology trials before with these two companies. What I am questioning is that you cannot do mandatory vaccination to a particular drug or therapy, which is still in the experimental stage. So in that case, the trials haven't been finished yet. It is still in the stage 2 and stage 3. And yet the government is forcing people to take these vaccines. Well, some other lawyers in the government, they said that they are not explicitly saying that it is mandatory, but then the requirement of vaccination cards is sufficient to call it mandatory because people cannot go to work, people cannot resume education or their schoolwork without vaccination cards. That makes it mandatory.
Dr. Montemayor, I just want to understand the principle. So, if there is a natural calamity and some people are refusing to be evacuated, would you say that allow them to remain because it's their freedom to perish in the natural calamity? Is that it? I mean, I'm trying to draw parallels here.
Well, it is very hard to make that analogous with each other because one with the physical danger like storm or typhoon, it cannot be equated with one wherein you receive in your body an experimental one. Unlike in a physical calamity where people, they see the danger, but the vaccination part, you see, driving a particular therapy inside your body is a different thing. So I don't think there is any analogy with that. Yes.
What's your position on ivermectin, which has, I think, captured the imagination of some people despite the lack of medical data to support its efficacy?
Well, there is no empirical data on ivermectin. These are only anecdotal. From the very start, I refused that kind of blind treatment. No, I did not accept that.
You're not in favor of it?
It is very hard to say you are in favor or not in favor because it did not undergo any trial.
Because the manufacturer, I'm sure you're familiar with Merck, the manufacturer of ivermectin. They released a statement February last year. It's a long statement, but if you'd allow me to just read one sentence in that statement. It says that to date, the analysis has identified no scientific basis for potential therapeutic effect against COVID-19 from preclinical studies, no meaningful evidence for clinical activity or clinical efficacy in patients with COVID-19 disease, and a concerning lack of safety data in the majority of studies. I would think that if anyone has an economic interest to push this, right, it would be the manufacturer, but the manufacturer itself is warning against it.
Yes, that is why I am against. But I told people that if you have a galis, and if you are a dog or a cat, you can take that. Because I am also unknown to many. I am also a virologist. Before I became a cardiologist, I topped the boards in virology. I got 99 in the medical boards. Now, well, if some of the congressmen that they are pushing this, I think they have galis. That's why they are taking ivermectin. People who have this, well, we are pushing ivermectin to those to the animals. Sabi ko sa kanila, even if you like a horse or even kahit kamukha mo ang pusa, aso o kabayo, well, sabi ko, you cannot take that because you are still a man. So, yung mga, except kahit yung mga congressmen natin na mukhang kabayo, aso, pusa, siguro po, at nakita ko naman kamukha nila, no? Sabi ko sa kanila, kasi ako liaison officer ng Philippine Medical Association, I am also the legal officer. Sabi ko, it is very hard to push a particular medicine or a therapeutic one only analogous to a particular, no? Because even in legal medicine, you don't apply legal medicine to, of course, you can apply legal medicine to all, not only medical but paramedical sciences, except I told the students that veterinary medicine is not part of legal medicine. Even though you look like a horse. No? And many congressmen they look like horses.
Dr. Montemayor, magtungo na tayo dito sa sinasabi niyong 10-point agenda. I think ang nakapagkuha ng aking atensyon dito is yung number 10. Sabi niyo is Philippines 2030, a Christ-centered government, a stable and strong government covenant to honor God and care for every Filipino. Ngayon po, ang tanong ko po, sir, ganito. Ang Pilipinas po ay meron pong plurality of religion. Hindi lang po Christianity ang relihiyon sa ating bansa. At ang ikalawa po ay ang ating pong estado ay secular in form. So, papaano nyo po, kung kayo'y maging presidente, papaano nyo po babalansihin ang inyo pong agenda na ang ating bansa, ang ating gobyerno ay maging Christ-centered, while at the same time, may mga iba po tayong religious groups na hindi naman po si Kristo ang kanilang pinaniniwalaan. At ang ikalawa po ay paano nyo po ibabalansihin ang inyong advokasya na isang gobyernong may covenant to honor God, while at the same time ang ating pong estado ay isang secular na estado.
Okay, hindi po totoo yan, alam niyo. Palaging kagabi lang tinanong din ako sa Channel 5. Paano mo ipupus? Talagang ipupus ko po. Sabi ng salita ng Diyos, if God is for us, who can be against us? At sinabi niya, for without me, you can do nothing. But with God, nothing is impossible. Alam niyo po, that's why on my first week as president, I will call for national repentance. Kasi minura ng ating presidente ang Diyos. Dapat mamahalin ang Diyos, hindi mumurahin. So, pangalawa, alam niyo po, whether Christian ka, whether Muslim ka, o ano pa mang religion mo, the center of religion actually is love. And even if you are atheist, there is a vacuum within you. There is a vacuum within you that only love can fill. And love, actually God is love. So I don't think there is any problem with that. Considering that the center of religion is love. And when we say Christ, even the Muslims, they have Christ, Yeshua, and also the Jews, the Christians. And when I say Christ-centered public administration, one that is centered in love, not hate. So in that kind of consideration, we can say that it's more important for us to be united in love than the present condition that we have. We are separate with each other by color, in whatever persuasion we have. So with that, there is no problem with me pushing for a Christ-centered leadership and administration.
Magandang hapon po, Dr. Attorney Montemayor. Nalilito ako kung tawagin kayo panyero o doktor na lang. But anyway po, nakita ko yung biodata nyo at ako naman saludo sa biodata nyo. At sinabi nyo kanina ng tanghali, sabay tayo kumain, na may hearing pa kayo sa Korte Suprema. Mag-argue po kayo doon. Dito po sa petition na pinaakyat nyo para pigilin ang mandatory vaccination. Ngayon po, alam natin ng FDA ay nagbibigay ng phase 3 trials at kung successful ay ma-issuehan ka ng CPR, Certificate of Product Registration. So bali itong mga bakuna ito hindi umabot sa phase 3. EUA lamang. Ito po ay Emergency Use Authorization. Yung bang posisyon nyo dahil walang phase 3 trial, dapat hindi muna ibabakuna sa atin kasi hindi natin alam ang epekto ng long term ng mga bakunang ito? Or ang posisyon nyo ba ay talaga namang freedom of choice whether or not merong phase 3 trials? Pwede mo ba pa-explain ka po?
Okay. Yung pong pagiging doktor ko, siyempre, alam niyo po, ang vaccination is part of our health system. Pero yung making that mandatory, the government oversteps its position. Making it mandatory of course, will sacrifice our freedoms. People who do not want to be vaccinated will now be vaccinated because it is part of the requirement. Now, kaya po yung nagkakamatayan no, sa hospital, dyan sa sinasabing choice na yan. Kahit yung mga bypass, angioplasty, sabi ko sa mga cardiologists, huwag niyong ipipilit ang isang bagay na ayaw ng pasyente. Alam nyo, yung health consideration, there's no problem with that. But the mandatory aspect, you are now overstepping the legal aspect. Freedom of choice, yung freedom to be treated or not, the informed consent aspect, nawawala na po. No? Kasi ang informed consent, baka hindi alam ng ating gobyerno, it is not only the freedom to choose or to be treated, but also not to be treated. The informed consent not only considers the point wherein you have this kind of treatment. For example po, alam niyo po, kailangan po kayong ma-bypass. Alam niyo po, ang pasyente, maraming dahilan. Ayoko po dahil natatakot ako. Ayoko po dahil wala po akong pera. Ayoko po dahil may mga tao, kahit may pera sila, ayaw nila. Now, when the choice of the doctor and the choice of the patient, magbabanggaan yan. At pinilit mo pa rin, naobserbahan ko po, no, yung karamihan ng operation, namamatay yung pasyente after the operation, it is because of forcing that particular treatment to a patient who resists it. So, hindi lang po yung healthcare aspect, pati yung experimentation aspect dahil hanggang stage 3 pa lang. Ano? At actually, yung stage 3 pa lang, napakarami nang namatay. At marami na rin ng mga nagkaroon ng side effects.
Ito po, doktor, no, bilang isang abogado na this time, ito yung katanungan ko, no, kung may masamang mangyari sa pasyente, meron ba siyang cause of action o karapatan sumampa ng isang kaso laban doon sa opisyal na pumilit sa kanya mabakuna?
Wala po, no. When WHO issues a particular classification, which is called EUL, no, experimental use listing, when any particular drug, vaccine, or even equipment, pag nakategorize siyang EUL, pagkatapos nag-sign ka doon, meaning any side effect, mamatay ka, ma-paralyze ka, anything that will happen to you, they are not answerable.
May waiver?
Well, ang waiver kasi, it's a very soft term. Ano? Alam niyo po, ang waiver, it is not effective as far as our Philippine laws because future rights cannot be waived, including the right to file a case. So, waiver is a soft term, but the international guideline on health, no, Mexico Protocol, states that in a particular drug, that is, hindi nyo po alam na ang ating mga prisons, they are part of international experimentation. Whenever a particular heart drug, yung mga iniinom yung mga gamot ngayon, ininom muna ng mga nakapreso. No? At kung may mamatay doon o walang mamatay o konti lang namatay, those are being recorded in the United States and Europe. Now, karamihan ng mga iniinom niyan sa diabetes, na-experiment muna sa mga kulungan natin. No? And the Philippines is one of the guinea pigs of the world. No? So, napakahirap po kung hindi lang sa ating mga prison, pati sa inyo na, no? Binabakuna na sa inyo, no? Vaccination. Well, we cannot even file a case. Alam niyo po, dati, every week ako nagpa-file ng case laban sa mga doktor, hospital, no? PRC, administrative, criminal. Pero ngayon, di ka pwedeng mag-file. Why? Because these vaccines are part and categorized as EUL. And whenever a particular drug, equipment, research is classified as EUL, then you cannot file damages.
Well, I hate to interrupt because this is a very interesting discussion on vaccines, but unfortunately, we need some time right now for a short break. So don't leave, everyone. We'll be back on the Deep Probe SMNI presidential interviews.
Gabay para sa tamang pagpili ngayong eleksyon, hatid namin sa inyo itong mga
We're back at the Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential interviews. And right now, we're still getting to know better our candidate for today, attorney and Dr. Jose Montemayor. And to get to know him further, our panelists will continue to ask him questions.
Well, I shall pursue, if I may, may shoot the first question after the first break. I would like to follow through your position in regard to increasing money supply by means of the ayuda, Dr. Montemayor. And the empirical evidence suggests to us that if you keep on giving ayuda to the deserving recipients, at a later time, you are going to engender learned helplessness. How do you deal with this?
Well, when I say that, well, there are two things that, for us to recover, the fiscal policy and also the monetary policy. Monetary policy, you increase the money supply, but you only do that in the short term. You see, we are still in the pandemic, and even with post-pandemic, we have to help every person. The MSMEs, more than 50% or 500,000 companies, some are permanently, some are temporarily staffed. They need budget to, to stimulate the economy. The people who are seriously and severely affected, they should be given assistance. But I emphasize in many interviews that this is only for the short term. We have to create jobs, we have to create employment in order we will be ready in the long haul. Now, I said that we have to increase for the meantime the money supply because there is a very much need for our economy to be stimulated. Not necessarily we will go into quantitative easing because the increase in money supply will also create big impact as far as inflation is concerned. But the thing is we are still in the pandemic stage where the stimulation of economy very, very much needs this the money that is circulating in our system.
Dr. Montemayor, let me just have a follow-up questions. Kasi ang sabi niyo po, ang monetary policy ninyo na mag-increase ng money supply will only be for the short term. Pero itong pagbibigay ng ayuda, this is dependent on the duration of the pandemic. So how can you make it short term? Yung ayuda, dependent ito kung gaano tatagal yung pandemic.
Well, yes. Alam niyo po, we are on the, I am an optimist. I am very much optimistic about our condition. We are in alert one, but we have to be aggressive in our preventive aspect. No? It is very hard. There is to conclude that only this pandemic contributed, that even before the pandemic, we are already suffering. Now, what I am saying is that just to stimulate the economy, we need this kind of assistance. And if people can now be independent on their own, for example, the MSMEs will already be revived in the near future, there is no need for them to depend or to become parasite with the money of the government. And we have to create, we have to provoke, stimulate also small businesses in order for the people not to depend too much on government's dole outs. So, yun po, no, short term lang naman, But we really have to help them. No? All over the world, no? Ganyan ang ginagawa ngayon because that is, tandaan po natin, for the economy to be revived, there are three things that are important. Number one is credit. No? The access to money, the discount windows are very important also for small, medium enterprises. And for productivity to be increased as well as growth, you need access to credit. So with credit, we mean not only money but the openness, the availability, the access to revive our economy.
Dr. Matamayor, we took economics classes together at UST. It's good to see you again, sir. You know very well, when you talk about monetary policy, that's the responsibility of the central bank. I hope that you're not implying that as president, who's in charge of the fiscal policy, that you will interfere with monetary policy of the central bank. That's not what you're saying, I hope, right?
Well, that is not. No. But we have also, as President of the Republic, you have to balance the monetary and the fiscal aspect. No? Fiscal aspect, spending, and also taxation. But taxation, the taxation aspect, we have already the train law in place. Except, of course, I will take probably a jab at the excise tax in gasoline prices, oil prices, and also to initiate efforts at Congress to revert back the credit law, which is very damaging. You see, we are. It is very hard for us to give 230 billion of ayuda to our poor people. But the government is too liberal, giving 350 billion pesos of discounts to big corporations, foreign corporations, 30% to 25%. 5% is too big. And also 25% to 20% to domestic corporations. And all in all, there is a discount of 450 billion in my computation. You see, the government is not aligned with that economic. I don't know if the economists of the government are studying this, but we lost so much in this great law. About train law, I think the only problem is the VAT on oil.
So you probably noticed toward the end of 2021, when the cases were declining and the economy was reopening ahead of the Christmas season, there was a big surge in GDP growth in the last quarter of last year. So wouldn't that, would you say, give a better argument than what you are proposing, which is ayuda and maybe suspending the excise tax? Wouldn't it be better for the government to simply step back, reopen the economy, and let the market do its magic?
Well, the comparison is not actually equal. On the third quarter of 2021, well, it is true that it is 16.6%. As when you compare it with the third quarter of 2020, the start of pandemic, the impact of pandemic, which is in the negative territory. Now, if you will compute even the 16.6% with that of the pre-pandemic level, we are still in the negative territory of minus 4.4. So that one quarter will not speak of the overall recovery of the government. All governments are recovering naturally because the COVID infection is declining. But you see, the behavior of these viruses is different. For example, we relax too much on the decline of Delta, and yet there arose again another mutation, the Omicron virus. Very contagious, even though it is not that serious. So the impact on the economy is too severe that it may result in what we call the U type of recovery or the L type, which is very damaging. It causes really structural damage as far as our economy is concerned.
Could you talk about your public health policy? I mean, you're the only candidate with, at least the one running for president, with a medical background. You know, let's focus on fiscal policy with regard to public health infrastructure development. What do you plan to do?
Yes, especially now, we have COVID, we have a lot of mutation. You know, the behavior of this virus is unpredictable. Now, what we will emphasize is not the reactive portion, test, trace, and treat. No, we are through with that. We will now go on the preventive aspect. We have to build the immunity of our people, information dissemination, more vitamins, nutritious food. We have to go. Otherwise, we will be in the pandemonium and also on the phenomenology of China, South Korea, and Hong Kong. They relax too much. Now you are seeing millions of cases in China, 150,000 every day of COVID cases in South Korea, and 50,000 every day in Hong Kong. So because they relaxed, they took it upon themselves that this is just a very ordinary virus. No, we are dealing with an unknown enemy that until now we just know 10% of the nature. Now, in our economic approach to this pandemic, we have to be on the preventive aspect. What are we going to do to build the immunity of our people other than these vaccines, which are still in the experimental stage? Now, we can do a lot of things on the preventive aspect. Now, after on the preventive aspect, but also on the mitigation aspect, we have to, now that we are on alert one, this is the golden time for us to increase our budget as far as salaries of nurses, salaries of doctors. Our hospitals, we have to improve, be aggressive in giving all the necessary support to our health personnel. Now, we should be on the proactive side in public health care because, you know, public health care is not only affecting the health care of our people, but also the overall situation, like our economy, the way we work, and all the aspects, even the way we do our worship is affected.
Okay, good afternoon, Doctor. You stated that you will support the Duterte's administration build program, and then you want to inject money into the money supply through the ayuda. Now, where will you get the funding for this?
Very easy po, no? Actually, yung big items project, tinanong nga ako dun sa CNN debate, tsaka Comelec debate, will you push for... Well, we cannot do anything much more. Why? Because sanctity of contracts, inviolability of contracts. Nakakontrata tayo dyan 10 years, 20 years, bilateral, multilateral treaties. Now, what I am saying is that we have to push through with those good projects, all those big item projects, because we are tied up with the contracts. Now, what we will screen, what we will restrict is the corruption side. There's a corruption in everything. Now, alam niyo po, no, kinumpute ko, no, I told Senator Ping Lacson, who is an independent already. Okay, sinabi ko sa kanya, ang COA, 700 billion. Actually, ang ninanakaw ng mga LGUs natin, congressmen, governor, lahat po yan, ang ninanakaw nila is 1.3 trillion. Computing the R side and also the beta aspect of the infrastructure project. Meaning, not only 700 billion ang ninanakaw nila, but 1.3 trillion. Now, alam niyo po yung 1.3 trillion, ibibigay natin sa ayuda 250 billion. 250 billion sa healthcare natin. At yung excess natin pang emergency natin, sa mga contingency measures, na pwede natin ibigay. Alam niyo po, i-restrict lang natin, wag na muna tayo mang-utang. 2 trillion ang inutang ni President Duterte, kaya naging 12 trillion tayo ngayon. 2 trillion, pag tinanong mo siya, nasaan? Wala na. So, saan napunta? So, makita mo, face shield, 67 billion at nag-e-expire daw yung plastic. Saan ka makakakita? 67 billion ninakaw.
So sa inyo pong administrasyon, hindi kayo uutang. Hindi nyo dadagan ang utang ng Republika ng Pilipinas na noong January 2022 ay nasa 12.03 trillion pesos.
Alam niyo po, tama na muna tayo. Kukunin natin yung mga ninakaw. At saka yung mga land grabber dyan. Mga land grabber, ibenta natin yung mga ninakaw din nila. Alam niyo po, maraming bagay, no? Maraming bagay na hindi naman kailangang utang tayo ng utang. Sinabi mismo sa Bible, owe no one. Ano ibig sabihin yan? Tama na muna tayo, no? Sa magkakautang. Yung may mga pera pa naman tayo. Be self-sufficient, food security, agriculture. Huwag na muna tayong, pag merong uutang tayo at mag-uutang tayo para mabayaran yung utang. Utang na naman tayo. Hindi pwede, we cannot exist. We cannot exist. At saka we cannot defend our territory, sovereignty. Pag puro utang tayo, for example, China, kaya nagkakaproblema ang mga African nations, alam natin, saka ang Southeast Asian nations, kaya nagkakaproblema sa kanilang bansa dahil sa sobrang utang sa China. So, they already mortgage the future of their children. Now, let us put a stop with that kind of attitude na for us to survive, utang na naman. Mag-uutang tayo para bayaran ng utang.
Doktor, kung baka sakaling magpresidente kayo, papayagan niyo pa ba ang pork barrel system or yung kanyang mutation? Kasi nag-mutate din ito no? Papayag ba kayo na ang kongresista at ang senadores, no? Ay magdidip tong fingers nila dito sa budget. According kay Secretary Belica, 10 to 15% advance payment daw Pahig ba kayo nun?
Siyempre po hindi, vicious cycle yan. Kaya maraming yung dynasty. Alam niyo, pag tinanggal mo yung pork barrel, siguro ako na lang ang tatakbo sa buong Pilipinas na senador, congress. Kasi wala nang tatakbo.
Ibig niyo po sabihin yung ibang politiko tumatakbo sa politika dahil may pork barrel.
Hindi ibang politiko. Actually, lahat ng politiko, except ako, except lahat ng politiko, magnanakaw lahat yan. Kasi, why? Kasi ang nakikita nila, magkano ang tinatanggap? 70 million. Ordinary pa lang yan sa mga congressmen, 200 million sa mga senators. Tanggalin niyo yung pork barrel, walang pera, walang sweldo, ako na lang po tatakbo. Hindi na tatakbo yan. Pati yung mga senators, hindi na tatakbo. Bakit? Wala nang pera Money is the driving point for all of these politicians.
Sir, my question now is foreign policy. Kasi kung kayo ay maging presidente, kayo ang magiging chief architect ng ating foreign policy. Sa inyong 10-point agenda, meron kayo ditong binanggit na holistic approach on West Philippine Sea. Anong ibig sabihin nyo ng holistic approach?
Well, ang holistic approach, for example, yung holistic approach, wag lang yung nakasenter sa pera. For example, I will cut our diplomatic relation with China. Alam niyo po, alam niyo ba?
Sir, let me clarify. You will cut our diplomatic relations with China.
Correct. Upon assumption in the first week. Alam niyo kung ba, 241 protest na tayo laban sa incursion ng China. Kung talagang kaibigan mo, kung talagang partner mo, lolokohin ka ba ng ganyan? Gusto mo ba lolokohin ka? Siyempre hindi. They are not taking us seriously. Itong si Secretary Locsin, saka Secretary Lorenzana, pinagtatawanan lang ni Xi Jinping, no? Alam nyo, pag kinat natin ang diplomatic relations, now they will listen.
Sir, why do you think that China will listen if we cut their diplomatic relations with them when in terms of trade, mas dependent tayo sa China rather than the other way around? For example, sir, let me give you an example. Noong Scarborough Shoal standoff, ang China Hindi lang it imposed some soft sanction on our banana industry, and our banana industry actually floundered. So what can you just imagine, sir, the risk of cutting off diplomatic relationship with China?
Alam niyo po, no, hindi tayo nag-exist for China. This is a question of opportunity cost. Kung hindi kukuha ang China, marami pang kukuha. Japan, depende, i-expand natin ang ating economic policy. Ano? Alam niyo po, pag ang isang tao, complain tayo ng complain, tapos pinagtatawanan lang tayo, alam niyo po, the best thing to do is to cut. We mean serious business. Hindi pwede yan. We can go with other countries. We can join other agreements, no? Other security agreements, economic agreements. We can expand that. Tandaan nyo, we do not exist as Filipinos in order to be parasite with China. No. Tandaan nyo po, kaya nga tinawag na international trade, globalization. Because we are not only dependent on China, we can depend on other countries like the middle powers, Australia, Japan, we have India. We can be friends with other nations. Kagaya ng sa Amerika, no? Alam niyo, matagal na tayo niloloko rin ng Amerika, no? Mutual Defense Treaty, EDCA, BFA. Alam niyo po, tinuturo ko rin sa law school yan, ano? Tinuturo ko rin sa Master of Law. Alam niyo, matagal na tayo niloloko. Pagpasok pa lang ng mga inchik dito, wala, dead ma lang naman sila eh. No? But that's not necessarily mean na magiging kalaban natin. No. We have to be friends with other nations, not only economically but also militarily. We will be friends with many other countries like Australia, India also, US. We have to expand our friendship, our relations with other countries. That is the holistic approach. Not only China, not only US, but other countries as well.
Well, this is a monumental statement that you have made to propose to cut off diplomatic relations with China. Does this mean that we shall continue to be the tail of the American kite?
No, not necessarily. Alam niyo po, unang-una, cutting diplomatic relations does not necessarily mean war. Second, hindi naman ibig sabihin na pupunta tayo sa Amerika. We can stand on our own, but we can be friends. For example, security arrangement with AUKUS, with Quad, with we can strengthen our relation with the ASEAN. We will no longer be on the economic side of the ASEAN, but also militarily.
Sir, if we cut off diplomatic relations with China, it is a step closer to war, because when diplomats stop talking, then you have to start preparing your army for war. And then, as you mentioned here, sir, you're mentioning military solution already. You said that with ASEAN, we will forge military relationship with them. You mentioned another military arrangement, which is Quad. So, are you now, because for you, we have to cut off diplomatic relations. So, during your term, is our main approach towards China will be governed by the military solution?
Well, not necessarily. When you cut, because we have already 241 protests against China, and yet they do not want to hear from us all those protests. They are just laughing at our back. Now, what I am saying is that cutting diplomatic relations will not automatically. We are not automatically saying to them that we are at war. No, there are a lot of countries in the whole world where we do not have any relation. That does not necessarily mean that we are declaring war.
But sir, that's different from cutting an existing diplomatic relationship and, establishing a new one.
Yeah, further to that, Sas, no? Whenever we visit Moscow, always there is repeatedly, they declare that they also want to pivot to Asia, but they're not quite as blatant as the US declaring so without any beef. Okay, and I think, Dr. Montemayor, you heard my question to Calyodi earlier. about the news that Vladimir Putin will have a state visit here in the country. So does that mean that if you propose cutting diplomatic relations with China, that you are open to engaging Russia's pivot to Asia, or particularly to us, especially since it wants a status of forces agreement with us to train with our military?
Well, I haven't heard about that. But if that is the case, I will not only entertain Russia, but all countries who want to have relations with us. And cutting our diplomatic relations will not necessarily during my administration not to resume it again, not to continue it again. No, well, we want them to listen to us. Meaning, if you will cut it now, maybe after 6 months we can begin again another diplomatic rounds with them. So, meaning, this is a continuing relation. You know, foreign relations is not only. Remember that Japan and the United States, they are enemies in World War II, and yet they are best of friends now. So there is no permanency. There is no permanency in being opposite on the opposite ends.
Sir, if we cut diplomatic relations with China, meron tayong mga OFW sa China. So sino ang kanilang pupuntahan kung sasarado natin ang ating embahada sa China?
Well, sinabi ko nga po, temporary lang. Alam nyo, wala naman tayong embahada sa Taiwan. Pero marami rin tayong OFW doon. So, anong ibig sabihin na? Hindi naman ibig sabihin na ang embassy nag-e-exist for our people. Actually, nag-e-exist ang embassy. That is a structural relationship. Now, merong mga OFW na wala naman tayong embassy. Di po ba? Maraming bansa sa buong mundo na wala namang embassy ang Pilipinas, pero may OFW. So if that can happen to other countries, why not in China? So wag naman po kayong mag-aalala, yung mga nagmamahal, yung mga China file, wag naman kayong masaktan, no? Alam niyo po, mahal din natin ang China. Pero ang tunay na pagmamahalan, walang halong kalokohan.
Okay, Dr. sana lang Alam mo, noong January 29 to February 1, 2022, itong taon, itong barko, warship ng China with number 792, naglinger sa Sulusi. At pinaalis ito, challenge ng BRP Antonio Luna. Kung kayo po ay presidente, President Puntemayor, what will you do?
Alam niyo po, Kapampangan ako, no? Maya Pabengi po ko rin Kapampangan. Alam niyo po, Kapampangan ako, pag meron pumasok ka sa territory namin, we will start assuring ba? Kasi pumunta ka sa aming teritoryo. No?
It's a shooting war.
Well, hindi naman ako magde-declare pero lahat ng incursion na nandoon, siyempre papatayin natin. Kasi pupunta ka sa aming lugar, no, na bawal naman. Kahit tayo pupunta tayo ng walang pasabi sa kanila, necessarily kaya nangyari sa yung Vietnam at saka China, nagpatayan sila because of the incursion in their territory. So if that will happen in my sa time ko po, kung loloobin ng Panginoon na ako ay maging presidente, well, I will not hesitate na ako mismo ang babaril.
I congratulate you for such bold declaration. I hope China is listening. China, please listen.
Pero sir, ganito maganda binanggit mo yan, Attorney Rex Suplico, yung incursion ng Chinese warship dyan sa Sulu Sea. And I think ang lingid sa ating kaalaman, the United States, part of its FONOPS or Freedom of Navigation Operations, kasama dyan ay ang pag-challenge ng ating claim sa Sulu Sea as part of our internal water, as part of archipelagic waters. So meaning, hindi lang talaga China yung pumupunta dyan, yung hindi na send ng warship dyan, kundi United States din. They send their navies in a lot of maritime areas in order to challenge what the United States say as excessive maritime claims. So, kung yung nakita ninyo ay US Navy warship dyan sa Sulu Sea, will you also start a shooting war?
Well, iba po yan. Alam niyo po, meron tayong Mutual Defense Treaty, meron tayong Visiting Forces Agreement, meron tayong EDCA. we cannot compare the two. Ano? Tandaan nyo, ang mga Amerikano may bases before. No? And kahit na wala na silang physical bases, we have a continuing relationship with them. Not only economically, but also militarily. Now, we cannot say the same with that of China. No? Tandaan natin, ang China, ang pagkita ng marami, kaaway natin. We have to admit that we are in an informal battle with territorial claims. No? Ngayon, kaya hindi natin pwedeng masita ang Amerika. Ang mga Amerikano kasama natin ng World War II. Ang mga Amerikano kasama natin sa iba-ibang bagay. Ano? Nakaka-apekto pa rin sa atin yung gano'n. Ang pagtingin natin sa kanila ay kaibigan pa rin. 6 million Filipinos are in the United States. Tandaan natin, no? Pero ang sinasabi ko, ang mga, tingnan niyo po, ang mga Pilipino ba, pag pumunta sa China, magiging citizen ng China? Hindi. Pero marami Pilipino ngayon, citizen na US citizen. So tingnan mo, no? Culturally, religious grounds, spiritual grounds, economic grounds, iba yung relation natin sa Amerika with that of China. So there is no need to compare those.
Last question, Dr. Montemayor. I don't know why we're focusing so much on China. There are other claimant countries in the disputed areas, Vietnam, Malaysia, Taiwan, Brunei. Are we going to cut diplomatic ties with all of those countries? Baka walang matira.
Hindi po, alam nyo po, no, iba naman tong ugali ng mga inchik. Ano? Tingnan mo na lang ang kagulangan. No? Dito na lang sa Pilipinas. No? Yung mga hindi masyado nagbabayad ng tax dito at saka konti binabayad, Chinese din. No? So, makikita, tingnan nyo, wala naman taga Brunei dito na may kakilala akong businessman. Tingnan nyo, maraming claimant countries, totoo yan. Pero sino yung mahilig magkaroon ng incursion? Tingnan nyo, you look at the internal and also implied manifestation. No? Yung tandaan natin, maaaring ang isang tao, hindi niya sinasabi, pero ginagawa niya. So there are many things that are expressly shown, there are many things that are impliedly given. Kagaya ng China, 2 weeks ago, meron na namang incursion. Ano ibig sabihin yan? They are not respecting us. Now, pag kinat natin ang relationship, you should listen to us. Kasi sa susunod, we will do other things other than stopping or cutting the diplomatic relation.
Well, I hate to interrupt, but we've neared the 1 hour mark, and unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions. But Dr. Attorney Jose Montemayor, thank you so much. We will give you the floor for your closing remarks.
Maraming salamat po, mga kababayan. No? Magising na tayo. Tanggalin nyo lang yung false Asia at SW sex. Ano? Yun ba yan? I'm sorry, no? Ito namang false Asia at SW sex. Huwag na kayong maglabas ng inyong mga, alam mo, do not mind condition the Filipino voter. Tandaan nyo, mautak ang Filipino voter. Kayo ng mga politician, number 1 daw isa, number 2, the fight of colors, wala pong kulay ang pagmamahal ng Pilipino. Tandaan natin, we have to be united. Ang unang hindi yung bumoto sa akin, but to be united in prayer for our nation. Maraming salamat po sa SMNI, the best platform for debate. Kaya po ako, nagpapasalamat ako. Actually, pinorse ko ang sarili ko dito. No? Hindi ako na-invite. Pinorse ko po, pero even with that, I still recognize that this is the best debate platform, SMNI. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Attorney Jose Montemayor, and to our panelists. Our candidate as a doctor and as a lawyer had to field different and difficult questions, including his stance on vaccinations, pork barrel, and the always difficult issue of diplomatic relations. Don't go away. Ang susunod natin na sasalang ay isang kandidato na dating Defense Secretary. Pangarap niya para sa ating bansa ang maging first world country. Alamin natin paano niya planong gawin ito. The Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential candidates interview will be back. You're still watching The Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential candidates interview. Kilalanin na natin ang ating next presidential candidate at alamin natin kung paano niya haharapin ang iba't ibang problema ng bansa.
Naging National Security Advisor at Defense Secretary noong Arroyo Administration, kung saan pinangunahan ang usaping pangkapayapaan sa pagitan ng gobyerno at ng mga rebelde. Ngayong halalan, sasabak para maging susunod na Pangulo ng Bansa, tangan-tangan ang iba't ibang reforma para sa ikauunlad ng Pilipinas.
Kaya structural changes sa political system, ang uunahin ko, huwag nating ipatong sa balikat ng mga maliliit ang malaking problema na hinaharap ng bansa. Ako po, inaalay ko ang aking sarili upang ibigay ang aking mga karanasan sa loob ng 6 na taon. Ihahanda natin ang sambayan ng Pilipino para ang ating direksyon ay patungo sa pagiging first world.
Mula sa Partido Demokratiko Sosyalista ng Pilipinas, Norberto Borja Gonzales.
Thank you and good evening, Secretary Gonzales. To our panelists, you may now start asking questions.
Yes, good afternoon, Secretary Byrd, a personal friend and a colleague. I think I may shift away from foreign policy trajectory as before, and I would like to focus on political reform, which is so close to my heart. I think you know that for so many decades now, I've been pushing structural reforms, which are supposed to engender behavioral change. In the additional handout that we got from you, you talked about a presidential parliamentary hybrid. Can you elaborate on what this looks like?
Well, this is more, if you are looking for models, probably France and even Malaysia. What I'm thinking is, well, this will be a discussion among our people. I am for a parliamentary system, but I'm not certain whether we would want our president to still be elected nationally or not. That's why I'm still looking in the possibility of a hybrid, that we may have a president that our people may want to elect themselves, rather than just have a prime minister in the parliamentary system. That's why I put there in our program the possibility of a hybrid, but doesn't mean it will be a hybrid. I'd like to take this up with our people.
But if you adopt the French political system, indeed the prime minister is almost like, we don't even know who he is right now. We just know Macron. But I guess if we shift to a parliamentary system, because you said here that you want either a pure parliamentary system or the hybrid, which I wanted some elaboration on. But I think in a pure parliamentary system, you really don't pay attention to the chief of state, but you pay attention to the head of government, who is the premier. And I think we've had some discussions on this, that if you want some continuity in government, then you go for the pure, which is you can have the premier for as long as he has the majority in the House. Much longer than the 2,000 days.
That's where my heart is actually. But I just want to see the sentiment of our people, because we have been so used to electing a president. Let's see. Maybe with more explanation, more discussions with them, maybe we can really show them, because a pure parliamentary system will give us a leader that's really working. That to me is ideal, actually.
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
Secretary, what would you say to the skeptics who say that it doesn't really matter? I mean, so long as we have the same political dynasties lording over Philippine politics, all you will have really is a change in the system, but the characters will remain the same.
Well, depends on how we build parties and how we take that seriously. Right now, and we're in the Congress, we're meeting all local percent. We have very bright people in the local government, in the houses of Congress,
bright, well-educated sons and daughters of prominent families. You meet them, you talk to them. Wow, they're very good people. They're very intelligent. But then when they engage in our politics, they rob our country. They fool our people. They cheat. Why? This is what I'm saying. Why do I want to change the political culture and system of our politics? Because if you have very bright young people entering our politics and destroying, in fact, they're destroying them, why are we not changing this system? We have to change the system. Otherwise, we will never see the kind of leaders that we need. Tapos sana yung system, yung bang when you enter it, lalo ka nagmamahal sa bayan, lalo mong iniisip ko anong gagawin para sa lipunan, yung gayong nai-encourage ka. In fact, I'm now afraid that our politicians are failing in making us feel love of country. Very fundamental, very important. Then I was asked, sa tingin niyo ba yung mga inchik mas nagmamahal sa bayan nila kaysa sa atin? Because I was asking, hindi naman. Hindi naman. Sabi ko, palagay ko, yung ating mga namumuno sa lipunan, ang ating mga politiko, hindi binibigyan ng pagkakataon ng ating sambayanan para ipamalas ang pagmamahal sa bayan. Because we never really talk about it, nor discuss about it, nor challenge our people to love their country. We don't.
Secretary Gonzales,
I'm sorry, I'm becoming emotional.
we appreciate that
Sorry.
show of raw emotions. Diba? Kakaiba naman yung genuine flow of concern for our country. And speaking of your concern for our country, your dream is for the Philippines to become a first world country.
Yes.
Ngayon, meron po ba kayong bansa na gusto nyong i-emulate ng Pilipinas sa pagiging first world country? Kasi iba, ang mga first world countries din, iba-iba din ang kanilang kalagayan. So para sa inyo, sino pong bansa yung napupusuan ninyo na pwedeng tularan ng Pilipinas?
The Nordic countries. I am admirer of Nordic countries. Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland. I don't know. This kind of first world country, I remember bringing Butch Aquino. If you remember Butch Aquino, the brother of former our martyr, I brought him to Sweden. And we were invited by the Foreign Affairs Minister to have dinner in her house. She's a woman. So we went. And we knocked at the door. And then suddenly there's a woman there opening the door with her apron. Said, please come in. She's the foreign minister. And she's washing her dishes and preparing the table for the two of us. And I saw the shock in the face of Butch. And she said, come on. Hey, Butch, help me. We prepared the table. The simplicity. That's why Butch immediately, alam mo sabi niya, Bert, when we go home, I want to be a SOCTEM. Just because of this show of simplicity. You know that Olof Palme of Sweden was murdered in the street of Stockholm because he escaped his guards, brought his wife to a movie. She was murdered. He was murdered because he left his bodyguards. They're simple people. I saw ministers riding trains. I don't know, the Swedes told me, the Norwegians told me, someday you might become head of state in your own country. Said, we want you to see, we want you to learn. Parliament, for example, in these countries is not full-time. Only so many times in a year do they meet. They have their own jobs. They're ordinary people. But to review and to make laws, they assemble. You will be amazed at this is what I have admired the simplicity of these people. You know?
Secretary Gonzales, I think I can relate to you kasi I have lived in Europe for over a decade. At ang, ang parte kasi ng kultura na yan is, the rich and the poor intermingle. And then sabi nga namin na if you're in the Nordic countries and even in the Netherlands, you wouldn't know who is rich or poor by just simply looking at them. Kasi they mix in the same public places, they almost eat in the same restaurants, etc. So sa inyong palagay po, paano natin, kasi gusto nyong maging parang Sweden tayo, na kung saan ang mayaman at mahirap ay walang social cleavage ba?
You see.
Ano yung sa tingin yung pwedeng gawin ng Pilipinas para magkaroon ng ganoong kultura na kung saan ang mahirap at mayaman ay hindi magkahiwalay ng ginagalawan sa lipunan?
You know, this is one of the most popular ideas. I go to our people now consulting, going to the all kinds, and I test the kind of programs we will adopt. One of the most popular, and I'm telling my colleagues in the campaign, please, if you can adopt this, good, because we need this to happen in our country, especially those baka manalo. You see, I said, when we look at our educational system, for example, this is where this societal divide in our country is most evident. Sabi ko yung pagkakahiwalay ng mayaman at mahirap is very evident in our educational system. We have an educational system for the rich and we have an educational system for the poor. I said, why can't we have a common standard? Rich, poor. Pareho lang ang standard. I'm glad you're here. Because I will consult you. Yes, because we talked about this last time, remember? Yung, anong tawag dito sa Constitution? Yung
Complementarity.
Complementarity. This is very important in our Constitution. We will talk to our private sector and public sector. Kasi sa private sector, baka kulang na ng pera. Baguhin natin, batas, bigyan natin ng pera yung private sector sa education para tumaas ang standard. Yung public, wala tayong problema dyan. It's a matter of really determining how important education is to us. Itataas mo na, ile-level mo yung funding ng dalawa. And then, I would want to see public educators and private. Dr. Carlos, you have to be there. Wag ka munang mamamatay. I'm sorry.
But they're only educators. The adjective private and public really should not apply to educators. They're just involved in the philosophy of learning. But yes, not to rain on your parade, I wish we were Sweden. But Sweden has only ilang piraso lang sila doon, no? And we are 110 million piraso.
Yeah.
So I wish you were more Machiavellian because I really love the future that you are designing for us.
Well, I have a Dr. Palafox in the audience. For example, we discussed one time, Singapore. Dr. Palafox is dreaming of several Singapores in the country. Sabi ko, yes, let's have regional autonomy so that we can have better administration.
Yeah.
Sabi ko, yung mga region na yan, lalagyan ni Dr. Palafox yan ng Singapore cities. Then we can manage properly. Di ba? It's a matter of design. It's a matter of, kaya kailangan, pinaka-importanting puntos dito is once and for all, our decision makers make a determined, deliberate decision to remove this divide between rich and poor when it comes to education. We should love our children, think of their future. We give them one standard of education. That's first move. What is the second move? The second move is, for example, I was thinking maybe we can ask our ambassadors now, hey, where you are assigned, determine, look for the best university you can find in that country. We will ask that they recommend it to us. We will relate We will make agreements, memorandum of agreements to all the best universities you can find in the world. We will bring it here. Unless we give our young people the best education you can find in the world, we cannot dream of becoming first world. We cannot dream of becoming first world. Let's accumulate all the knowledge that the world can give. Let's do this. And then, alam niyo yung pinaka-popular, pag nahandan ako sa mga squatters area, ang sinasabi ko, sino ang mga magulang dito? Sino ang mga lola, mga lolo? Sabi ko, itong ginagawa natin, yung iniisip natin para sa ating mga kabataan, this will be very expensive for government. But why not? Why not? This is our future. Kayong mga magulang, kayong mga lolo at lola, meron kayong assignment. Meron kayong assignment. Hindi yung tumutulong sa homework, hindi yan. Meron kayong assignment. What is that? You must supervise your children. Yung mga lolo at lola, lalo yung mga stricto, must supervise our young people. Tell them, mag-aral kayong mabuti. Hindi biro itong ginagawa ng pamahalaan natin ngayon for you. Study well, and in everything you do, aspire for excellence. Lagi, kung pwede kayong lahat, sana lahat magiging valedictorian, sabi ko, pero hindi pwede yan. Hindi pwede yan, but this is it. This is one
Thank you,
move.
Secretary Gonzales.
Sorry.
We'll have to interrupt you for now. But I think as Filipinos, we all share the same dream of having a first world country for the Philippines.
Karen,
we'll be
just
back.
1 minute because we will lose momentum when I raise the question after.
Professor Carlos will be back because I have been getting 3 notices already of needing a commercial break.
Okay, but let's not forget that. Now
Yes,
we get back.
definitely. It's good we're leaving at the cliffhanger. So don't leave us. For all of you viewers out there, we'll be back at the Deep Probe SMNI presidential interviews.
Kayo.
Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential candidates interview. Earlier, the candidate, Secretary Norberto Gonzales, and our panelists was having a very deep interview and discussion about how to make the Philippines a first world country. And so, before I interrupted, Professor Carlos had a question. So, Professor Carlos, I'll let you start.
Yeah, actually, I didn't want to be interrupted because when you're 75 like me, when you interrupt me, I forget, So I have to write down what I was going to ask Bert earlier. So, Sec Bert, you said that I like the idea of getting, getting the ambassadors to identify the best universities. But it's not really the universities, it's really the best professors, and they can be anywhere. All right, you bring them here, and they design their syllabi and so on, and meet with our young people. But there is another thing that I'd like to point out as a local academic. Please make sure what you pay them is not 10 times my salary as a local academic.
Well, what will happen is that, really, you are correct. We cannot have that dichotomy, especially when it comes to salaries. I am hoping that by a certain period, we can say that our domestic teachers, professors, when it comes to knowledge and training, will be on par with those in the rest of the world. What I want to see is an interaction. It's not just we're saying, ay, huwag nung papuntahin dito yung mga yan. Anong tingin mo sa mga local? Mahina ba? Let's face it, it's not that they are mahina. It's just that they didn't have the kind of opportunity that those guys from abroad got. But we will try to put this, a mix. Hindi naman tayong papayag na forever and ever, mga foreigners lang ang magtuturo sa ating mga kabataan. I'm talking of an intermediate period. And yes, bibigay ko talaga sila ng 10 times the salary that you receive. But you will get the same amount. Kailangan ganun talaga ang appreciation natin ng teachers. Same salaries. Maybe even higher your local. But with one precondition to our local teachers and professors. Please be willing to study some more. Learn also what the world is offering us. Because yung mga professors natin, mga teachers natin, whether we like it or not, whether you like it or not, tayo susundin ng mga estudyante natin eh. What you give is what they will have. Kaya kailangan yung upgrading natin. As I'm saying, we upgrade. When we say we upgrade the quality of education and the kind of education that our young people will have, this also goes with the teachers and the professors. Lahat mag-aaral. Lahat. We need to build this. And don't tell me it will take too long. No. Sandali lang yan. Baka 3-5 years. Nagsisimula ng mahalata na medyo gumaganda na yung kalidad ng ating pag-iisip dito sa Pilipinas.
Secretary, I want to shift a bit and talk about security and national defense. I mean, that's your strong suit given your background and the portfolios held in previous governments. I want to merge that with your dream of making the Philippines a first world country. But certainly there are some who may point out that there are certain industries that may need national protection because they are vital to security. Could you talk about that? How we balance those interests and what those industries, what industries should be protected?
Well, I would like to deal first on the philosophy behind these industries. Number one, kasi nadinig ko kanina eh, we are not going to have biases, when it comes to those engaged in building the nation. I will not distinguish between rich and poor. No. Our industries, our big capitalists will be protected as usual. All that I want is to expand what we will call the engine of growth of our economy. We will have, of course, some kind of a difference in how we handle, for example, the capitalists, especially during this recovery period. What we will tell them is, we will request our big industries, our big capitalists, the only thing that we will ask from them, I will reach the kind of industries that we will have. Only that I said that during this time, I will request you that instead of distributing your gains in your business to distribute, for example, to your stockholders, I will ask them, please don't do that yet. I will ask you to expand your business instead. If you decide to expand, use your money for expansion, you will have incentives. If you will use it for, giving your money away to your stockholders, I might be forced to ask our government to tax it, so as to encourage expansion rather than, distributing. But we will have to open a fund. I will have to ask our experts here. I will have a very big fund to provide capital to our people. There are so many, I have encountered so many, lalo ngayong pandemic, Everybody wants a job. Everybody wants to work. Everybody wants to earn. And all kinds of businesses are sprouting everywhere. And ang quality medyo patakbuhin. And I think it's the lack of capital that is lacking. Let's create a fund. I was telling our poor, you know, when big industries are failing, they go to government, appeal for help, even ask for sovereign guarantee sometimes. So, but in the case of our poor, you know, we have plenty of programs to provide them capital. But if you will check the statistics, capital is really not reaching them. Many of them are really not asking for the capital. And when you ask them, why are you not taking advantage of this capital being offered to our micro, macro, little, why are you not taking advantage of it? Sir, patay na ang negosyo, wala pa yung kapital. Too many requirements. Sabi ko nga, ano bang gusto nyo? And then, you know, popular style ng mga Bombay. I'm not joking. Sabi ko, sino ang nag-tag ng Bombay? Why is it flourishing? The Bombay strategy. Kasi sir, sa Bombay, tiwala lang ang kailangan. Trust, which is very missing in our government. Why are we not trusting our ordinary people? Why? Why are we not trusting them? Okay, I said, kung hindi nagtitiwala sa inyo, ang mga mayayaman sa lipunan, yung gobyerno magtitiwala, we will create a fund, Bombay strategy. If we have to guarantee that fund, we should guarantee that. Eh sabi ko nga doon sa mga nagsasabi na maraming maliliit na negosyo, I just tell them, I will only require you 2 things. First, magbabayad kayo ng utang ha, kundi mapapahiya. 2, you must pay your taxes. You have to understand that taxes is not an obligation to government. Taxes is an investment. It's your investment na binibigay nyo sa gobyerno para gamitin ng gobyerno na pagandahin ang kinabukasan. You must pay your taxes kasi mababa na ang interest. Tapos hindi pa kayo magbabayad ng tax, eh di lugi. Babawi tayo sa tax. Di ba? Bawi tayo sa tax. Pero yung interest, let's be, you know, ano ngayon, magkano mawawala sa ating kung mga 100 mga sari-sari store owners ang tumakbot, hindi nagbayad. May mga malalaking negosyo na tumatakbo, di ba? Why? Let's trust our ordinary people. Let's give them the capital. Let's cut the red tape.
Secretary, I'm sure you've heard of the Sovereign Wealth Fund in Malaysia. And one of the controversies there was, of course, corruption. And I noticed that in your platform, you also take issue with corruption. So if we create such a large pool of equity, how do we protect it from being pilfered by those in power?
That's why I said, we go forward. We trust our ordinary people. Let's trust them. Let's see. Kasi nanonotice ko na, bakit yung mga Bombay walang tumatakbo eh. Everyday collection. Talaga kitang-kita mo sa mga palengke yan. You see, and they are telling me, Secretary, buti na lang nandito ka. Pinagtitiwalaan mo kami. Kami mga mahirap, marunong kaming magbayad. That is to me a very important, and let's not make, alam mo ako, in my observation, showing what is right and wrong is more important than punishments. No? When you deal with people, what is very important to a society is when authorities show that something is wrong. Ang tumakbo sa utang, masama. It's not necessarily punishing them. We lose lots and lots of money in many things. May mawalan tayo ng kaunti. Nakita naman natin yung paulit-ulit ng pagsisikap ng mga kababayan natin. Their entrepreneurial spirit is far more important than the money. Let's build that kind of people.
Secretary Bert, may katanungan ako. No? I want to shoot two birds with one stone. Internet. Ako po isang franchise and telecom lawyer mula pang 1990. So matagal na po ako doon. Nag-upisa ako sa beepers or pagers. Ewan ko lang kung naalala nyo pa yun.
Yes, I have one.
Naalala nyo pa? Okay po. Ito no, sinabi nyo, kailangan ng first word is education. At kailangan palaguin natin ang negosyo. Lalo ng pandemya, yung maliliit na negosyo, nagbenta through online, di ba?
Yes.
Kaya lang po, no? Ipak may data tayo na correlation ng internet and education. Yung kabataan daw, yung tingin nila sa internet parang ere.
Yes.
Pag walang internet, di sila mabubuhay.
Yes.
At ang negosyo naman, no, ay lumalago. May impact ang broadband speed sa negosyo. Impact po, may empirical data na papakita. Ang increase ng internet speed, nagdo-double, no, ay nagdadagdag ng 0.3 plus sa GDP. At ang penetration naman ang nagdagdag ng 1%, ay mag-i-increase din, no? 10-point increase sa GDP. Ang katanungan ko po, no, ganito, alam niyo po, limpak-limpak ng pera ang kinikita ng mga telcos. Halimbawa, yung PLDT ay kumita ng 23 billion in 9 months noong 2021. Ito naman ang Globe. Ang Globe po kumita ng 21.2 billion. Net income, ha? Parehong net income in 2021. Yet, ang internet natin ay mabagal.
I agree.
Grabe. Mayroon pa kaya strategies para iangat?
Unang-una.
Ito po alam niyo education, naalala niyo po yung sa Bohol, sa taas ng plataforma, yung bata ginawa ng plataforma sa taas ng puno para makaaral ang bata online.
Nakita ko yan kasi nung ako'y na-pandemic, nagtumira ako sa isang mountain village. Alam niyo ba ginagawa ng mga estudyante doon? Yan. Ako nga, umaakyat na rin ako sa puno ng mangga kasi para makakuha ng di ba? I understand what you're talking about. What we have to question, for example, kumuha tayo ng third telco. What is the basis for choosing this particular telco? Is it the efficiency that you're asking for? Palagay ko, yung lagay sa mga opisyal natin ang naging basis kung bakit napili yung telco na yan. Di ba? You were in Congress. Alam mo, nasa pagpapatakbo ng pamahalaan yan Kailangan piliin natin yung maayos na service provider na papasok sa Pilipinas. At then we can always tell yung nahandito na, please, kailangan review ng regulasyon ito, review ng kanilang mga lisensya. Alam mo kung minsan, tiniteknikal lang natin yung pag-review ng lisensya We have to do our job. At tingin ko doon natin titignan mabuti yan. We will not be against any big business in the Philippines. But conduct your business properly and well. Hindi tayo papayag dyan. Huwag tayong matakot na wala tayong pag-asa, corrupt tayo yung sa gobyerno natin, ganun. Alam mo, when I was in government, I never dismissed a single employee in all the offices that I've been. No? I retain all. Pero inaayos mo kung saan sila fit. Doon mo inilalagay, inaayos mo lang yan. Hindi ka nagtatanggal. But, alam mo ang bureaucracy natin, patakot-takot ang nag-aral sa abroad dyan. Hindi natin ginagamit. Natatakot kasi ang nasa taas, siyang may diferensya. Kaya nga yung sinasabi mo na ganyan, I think we could have the fastest internet already.
Yung puwipitik.
Ayun At hindi. Yung example. Alam mo, napansin ko to Sa bagay, hindi pa kasiguro kayo buhay nung ako'y nandun kay Cory. No? Alam mo, nung kay Cory, alam naman natin na Cory is a very prayerful woman. Di ba? Nagro-rosaryo, nagmimisa. Alam ba nangyari sa bureaucracy ng Pilipinas noong panahon ni Cory? Lahat ng opisina, may statue ni Blessed Mother. Lahat ng politiko natutong magdasal. Bakit? Kasi yung presidente, madasalin Yun. Alam mo, sa Pilipinas, napakalakas ng impluensya ng Pangulo. Napakalakas ng influensya yung mga nakatataas. Kaya ito, I am thinking, ako, I am running for office, but I'm not running alone. I may not have a senatorial slate, I may not have a vice president, but I'm quietly building a group of people who will take to heart the art of governance, the honesty that it requires, the expertise that is necessary. Kaya kanina, nakita ko si Dr. Palafox, naakap ko eh. Tagal ko na hinahanap yun eh. Kasi yung mga experts natin dapat magsama-sama.
Ito po isang katanungan po pa no. Alam niyo po yung frequency na binibigay sa mga telcos na ginagamit naman natin para sa ating internet. Limitado po yan. Halimbawa, 1 milyon na ang kaya. Ino-overload nila 5 milyon. So ang sistema po, ang infrastruktura, bumabagal.
Yeah.
So kayo pa ba kung papalarin maging presidente, would you conduct an operational audit based on their application before the National Telecommunications Commission and tell them, hoy, 1 million lang ang kaya nyo. 1 million lang, period. Yung sobra, suli nyo na.
I will do something simpler. I will call you. I will call you. Alam mo, ganyan talaga eh. Alam mo, maganda sa presidente, no? Talagang kaya mo, alam mo, ang dami I was there eh. The best minds, experts, they come to you. You open your arms to these people. Welcome. Iyan sinasabi mo. Let's do it. Yung mga iniisip nating maayos, let's do them. Kaya hindi ako masyadong expert dito sa itinatanong mo sa akin. But I'm very happy you're the one asking the question. Kasi I can already see the expertise behind the question. Very important. Pagtulong-tulungan natin to. I agree with you 1,000%. Kailangan pabilisin natin talaga.
Secretary Gonzales, ang itatanong ko po ay tungkol sa inyong anti-insurgency policy.
What? Yeah.
Ang nakalagay po kasi dito ay kung kayo ay magiging presidente, kayo ay open for peace talks pa. Kung ating pong matatandaan, dito, under the Duterte administration, I think this is the first administration that did this experiment of actually allowing members or recommended people of CPP and PA to actually govern. So for the first time in our history, we have, communists and capitalists, etc. in our government. I think even Yusek Badoy was lobbying for one of them to be part of our government. Pero this very generous offer to the CPP, NPA, and DF group actually failed, and we're back to the same game of actually continuing with their game of protracted war. So is there still sense to continue peace talks, or should we just abandon this idea and then just go for total military victory over them?
It depends on the framework that we will be following. When I entered the peace process, first thing I noticed is that when you look at the agenda for discussion on the peace talks, it is tantamount to establishing a coalition government with the communists. And we know for a fact that coalition governance is just about 1 or 2 steps away from total control. Now, we know that in the scheme of things when you're dealing with the communists, and yet I saw this framework. The first thing I did was when they agreed on a third-party facilitators, I went to Norway. Fortunately, the one in government there and the prime minister is a drinking partner of mine during the old days. So I told him, can you tell your representative to the peace talks that this is coalition governance. We will never agree to a coalition governance wherein a particular party in the coalition arrived there by threatening the nation. You go there if you are elected. Sabi ko, they have to go through the process. What will our What will our people think? What will our people think? That engaging in violence, threatening government and the people is the right way because you become a member of the coalition of government without passing through an election? That cannot be. So I removed that. And the peace talks failed. Nagsara yung peace talks, nagalit yung kalaban. But that is just an example. No? There is something very fundamental that I like to keep insisting. You know, when you do a peace talks, ang nagiging problema natin kasi, during the peace talks, ang galing sa propaganda ng komunista. Itong gobyerno natin pagkahina-hinang magpaliwanag. The peace talks actually is an opportunity for the two sides to explain their side. Dapat nananalo yung gobyerno, hindi nananalo yung komunista. Ako, I keep insisting, there is only one sentence that I want to remove from the strategy of the communists. And I can cite you many examples that it became very beneficial to the society when you give up the same sentence. And what is the sentence? I-replace ko na lang, baka humaba. the gist of it is that fundamental to the strategy of the communists is their belief that they can only achieve state power by using arms, by engaging in armed struggle. Thus, right after the dictatorship in Spain, that you will probably study this, the labor movements of Spain talk to the communists because the communists is the strongest opposition to the dictatorship in Spain. But because of the pressure of their mass movements, the communists were convinced to lay down their weapons and participate democratically. This was the beginning when the Spanish society boomed, the economy of the society boomed. In Nicaragua,
Thank you, Secretary Gonzales. Unfortunately, we've reached 1 hour of our deep probe interview with you. So I'm constrained to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. But you can continue your story by including that in your closing remarks.
Okay. Am I going to give my closing remarks now?
Yes, Secretary.
I feel very sad because I'm just enjoying myself. I feel very sad. But first, the essentials. Number one, I want to thank SMNI. Really. I was kulelat in the polls. But because of SMNI, there's some hope for some Consuelo de Bobo. Nagba-viral ako because of SMNI, you know. Number two, very important. Thank you, especially to our panelists for raising very good questions. It guided me in talking to our people. I want to report to you that I have been visiting the simplest of our people. They appreciate charter change. They are now talking about parliamentary system, autonomous regions. You know, I said, what success do I need? Isa na lang ang sinasabi ko sa kanila, you know, I excite them with all the programs. And towards the end, I will tell them, isa na lang ang problema natin, maliit lang. Pag natalo ko, wala lahat yan. Sana po, maintindihan nyo yan. This is history. This is history. That for the first time, we try to explain to our people what the future is, what we can do to reach that future. This is the first time that I'm saying that politics, the political system needs to be changed. And this is also the first time to have the courage to confront this. I don't know where this is coming from. They keep saying, Secretary, ang talino niyo po. Ang galing niyo po. Sana po kayo na lang ang maging number 2 ni BBM. Imagine that. Di ba? Sabi ko, paano yan? So, please, isipin nyo lang po ang kinabukasan. Yung mga sinabi ko sa inyo, hindi ko po inaakin na galing sa kataliduhan ko yan. Ang tingin ko po nung ako'y nakipag-usap sa ating mga kababayan, yan po ang kanilang pinapangarap. They're dreaming of these changes. Sabi ko, be brave. Na ipaglaban nyo yung pangarap nyo. So it's not me. It's not really me. It's our dream. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Norberto Gonzales. 1 hour really went by quickly, but with Secretary Gonzales, we were able to cover so many issues, including switching to a parliamentary system of government, how to raise the standard of education in the Philippines, and how to also equalize the society. Now we're down to our last 2 candidates today. Sa ating pagbabalik, pakinggan naman natin ang dating tagapagsalita ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. He was also a former undersecretary at the Department of Foreign Affairs. Patas na lipunan, gobyernong nararamdaman at matatag na bayan. Yan ang magiging sandigan ng kanyang pamamahala sakaling pala rin siya maging Pangulo ng bansa. Huwag po kayong aalis, magbabalik ang The Deep Road. The SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw ang takbo.
Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe. At sa ating pagpapatuloy, narito na ang susunod na kandidato na haharap sa ating panelists.
Unang naging tagapagsalita ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte bago naglingkod sa Department of Foreign Affairs. Ngayong halalan, susubukang tanganan ang pinakamataas na posisyon sa pamahalaan para paglingkuran ang taong bayan.
Ang plano talaga natin is na gawin talagang mega industry ang agrikultura. Ating bottom lines are not just revenues but also our people.
Patas na lipunan, gobyernong nararamdaman at matatag na bayan. Yan ang sandigan ng kanyang magiging pamahalaan.
Isang siglo Filipino na kung saan ang mabayan at ang mamamayan ay makatarungan, mapayapa at masaya. A nation worthy of Filipinos and Filipinos worthy of the Philippines.
Tumatakbong Pangulo bilang independent candidate, Ernie Abella.
Good evening, Secretary Abella. You may now sit down. And once again, it's time for our panelists to interview Secretary Abella.
Good afternoon, Secretary Abella, or is it good evening already?
Just about.
Yes, I was looking over the program of government which you had submitted and a copy of which had been provided us. And I noticed when I did the content analysis of most of your proposals that you seem to have put civil society as pivotal to many, many goals that you want to achieve. Can you elaborate on this, please?
Civil society has become a central aspect of the platform that we've set out for the plain and simple reason that the voice of the people needs to be heard. I see civil society as a balancing force. And also, there is, after all, a worldwide movement where thousands, millions of people are beginning to realize the power that they have within their grasp. At nakikita ng mga tao na meron pala silang kapangyarihan, lalo na sa pagharap ng mga issue tulad ng kahirapan, yung mga issue tulad ng korupsyon, mga issue tungkol ng pagmamahal ng bayan. At nakikita ko na mahalaga yung struktura, no? Yung pagbabago ng struktura tulad na napag-usapan kanina. Pero mahalaga rin na ang bago yung labas ay yung loob. At nakikita ko na kailangan may mabago sa Pilipino at susunod din ang pagbabago ng bayang Pilipinas.
Secretary,
thank you.
Yes, sir.
In one of the interviews you did, I hope I'm remembering the figures correctly, you said that the President of the Philippines appoints something like 6,000 people in the bureaucracy. And if that figure is correct, that's, I think, double or nearly triple the number of appointees that the United States President has. Why is that important? And in the context of what you're saying about civil society, and if I understand it correctly, decentralized government.
The appointed positions are very important for the plain and simple reason that one key issue in governance is competence. No, mahalaga na makapaglagay tayo ng tao na may alam, may energy, at saka meron din integridad. Manipis yung aking mga kakilala. I have a very shallow bench. Of course, I have enough friends and all that. But I find that it is, the one reason why those appointed positions are very important is because a lot of things get hampered by the fact that there are not enough competent people pushing the agenda of the administration.
Why was that not possible during this administration, and what would it take in the next government?
You know, thank you for asking that question. We're actually preparing an app where people can actually apply, maybe from undersecretary down or from assistant secretary down. Because a lot of those jobs, karamihan ng mga trabaho yon, ay basically, these demand expertise. Yung presidente naman, hindi naman siya talaga quote-unquote expert, kundi siya yung nagsiset ng polisiya at makes the decision. So, mahalaga na makakuha ng enough competent, excellent, committed people. And for that, we actually have not just an app, but we actually have a program coming up. It's called National Volunteer Corps, na kung saan gusto natin mag-apply. Kung gustong mag-apply ang ages between 18 to 35, lalo na yung mga may konti experience, para lumahok sila, sumali sila sa pamamahala.
Why not just improve the civil service so that you have career bureaucrats rather than political appointees running the government machinery?
Tama ka, that needs improvement, civil society. On the other hand, only have 6 years. So yung 6 years. But if things go right and things go according to the way we see it, we can have a continuous run. We can have, for example, katulad itong build, no? Tinuloy lang naman yung mga ibang gagawin eh. So kung pwede rin natin ipagdikit, ipagdugtong ang mga administrasyon kung magkaisa lang tayo ng pananaw.
May I add to that, Clink? Secretary Abella,
yes,
I think we already have in our laws an anti-ageism, philosophy.
Yes.
Which means that people like me who are 75 but can still I mean, we're not inutile. I'm still lucid, and you
Yes.
know,
Pretty
yeah,
clear.
like that. And so, why is it that if I were assuming that hypothetically I would apply for a job, then they'll tell me that, "Ay, Clarita Carlos, you're a fossil already at 75." But my God, my brain is is like wine. You becomes better with age, isn't it? So when you talked about these productive people, parang hindi mo ako sinali.
Hindi, ma'am. On the contrary, I'd like you to join my cabinet.
Thank you. I wasn't driving that. I was saying there's so much ageism in this country, for God's sake.
Ano lang siguro yun,
Why are
ma'am?
you discriminating against us old people? Can we ask you? You will be old also, and you will be 75 like me.
Sumali po kayo. Yes.
Thank you. Secretary Abella,
Yes, sir.
you said you're going to continue the Build program under your term if elected as president. Could you tell us how you're going to fund these projects and what sort of projects you will pursue?
Well, I'd like to begin with the second part of your question. Like, for example, there are hard structures and soft structures. Hard infra, soft infra. For the hard, we'll talk with John Palafox. On the other hand, yung soft infra, yung katulad na lagi kong sinasabi, itutuloy natin yung build. Hindi lang yung roads, kundi yung build the next generation. That would mean, for example, education, research and development. We'd like to be able to connect it with, we'd like to build the research facilities of universities. And then connect it with, of course, with manufacturing, because well, let me backtrack. This is all part of an agricultural ecosystem that they've been talking about, and which would be also the flagship project of our administration. So yung infra, the build program would build both on hard and soft infrastructures.
Now, the second part of the question, how would you fund these programs?
Actually, nabanggit din yan kanina. We would, for example, one source in particular would be the 1%. For example, to get 1% of the GDP, which should be what, 150 billion. Pwedeng pasimula yun. And on the other hand, there's also a surprising, kung pag-usapan na siguro natin with COA, ang laki kasi ng mga underspending ng gobyerno. Ang laki talaga, which pwedeng gamitin yun for sovereign wealth fund at pwedeng hatiin yung perang yun para both social safety nets at saka pang-build ng infrastructure tulad na napag-usapan natin.
Would you indulge in increasing the foreign debt? Foreign debt is at 12.0 trillion pesos as of January 2022. It translates to, based on a population of 110 million Filipinos, translate to around 109,000 pesos per Filipino.
Now, ang sinasabi ko is that actually may pera ang gobyerno, pwedeng gamitin. On the other hand, por sa kaso, gagamitin natin kung kailangan mangutang, hindi kailangan matakot. Kasi kung negosyante ka, and this is one of the approaches that we would like to do for the government, is to have a more entrepreneurial mindset. Alam mo kung saan pupunta, for example, have a more developmental approach. Katulad nung kung manghihiram tayo, let's say, ng pera para sa agrikultura, ay dapat matutukan natin yon para alam natin kung saan pupunta, whether kaliwa kanan o kung saan aling bulsa pa pupunta yan. Pero kumbaga, if we approach it with an entrepreneur, we don't need to fear. We don't need to fear debt, just as long as we have an adequate pencil pushing, and of course we have enough debt terms. Alam natin yung length of debt.
Meron po kayong sinabi nung unang presidential debate sponsored by SMNI na habang umuupo kayo sa restaurant, pinuntahan kayo at humingi ng pabor.
Opo.
At sinabi nyo, tinurn down nyo kaagad.
Opo.
So, pwede ba malaman kung may strategies kayo to curb leakages or corruption in government?
Opo. Thank you for that. That's very much linked with the comment on civil society. Kasi nakita ko na, for example, katulad ng lahat na sinasabi na, for example, technology na wala dapat interface between people and kung kunyari when money is involved. Pero may isang aspeto kasi na pwede talaga ipasok, pwedeng antabayanan, pwedeng mabantayan ang korupsyon when you have civil society involved, especially in local government. Because ang isa kasing role ng, and by the way, the local government code insists that there must be 25% at least of those participating in local governance should be coming from local civil society. Ngayon, kung ano, ang isang kasing trabaho nila is to really make sure to antabayan yung mga tenders, bids and awards. So kung sasali tayo, kung kasali ang civil society dyan, pwedeng tutukan kung ang pera nga ba ay kung sakto nga ba yung mga implementing rules and regulations, kung napupunta ba sa maayos, at kung saan pupunta yung pera. So civil society can play an active role in making sure that it becomes like a whistleblower or it becomes like a tigabantay, like a watchdog, especially regarding corruption. Yes.
Secretary, do you consider media as a critical part of the civil society that you're talking about? Because one of the problems or one of the criticisms during this administration is its relationship with the media.
Yes.
In fact, I myself, not from you directly, but I've seen more libel cases filed against me during the past 6 years, more than I have in the past 20 years I've been in the business. In fact, some of the candidates running for public office have pending libel cases against me. But how do you protect those you would say doing the watchdog function from these legal liabilities?
When I was on my first day of being a spokesperson, I had a conversation with the press and I told them what I would like is to have a national conversation with media. Sabi ko sa kanila, I will not lie, I will tell you the truth, and if there are times when I don't talk, I don't say anything, it's because I cannot say it, or I don't know what it is, but definitely we will have a conversation. If I don't know what it is, I will make sure I find out and tell you later. But the thing is, it's more important to have a conversation, from my perspective, to have a conversation with the media, mag-usap tayo, para magkaintindihan tayo. Naintindihan ko naman yung mga positions, for example, ng ibang media, at naintindihan ko na yung motibo. Pero pwedeng makipag-usap.
Yeah, it's not just media, Secretary, although media is part of it. But
yes,
when you say civil society, it could be anyone exposing corruption or wrongdoing in government. But how do you protect them from this legal liability?
Una-una siguro, kung pwede the criticism should be within formal bounds. Like for example, if they formally join, for example, the local government unit, the conversation can go there. It can begin there. And so, kumbaga, may pinagbabasihan, hindi lang nagbubunga nga. So meron talagang pinagbabasihan yung pinagsasabi nila.
Secretary Abella.
Yes, Sas.
Magandang gabi po.
Yes, ma'am.
May nabasa ako dito sa inyong pinadala sa aming information sheet. Ang phrase na confident national identity.
Yes.
Na gusto nyo raw mag-develop nito para sa next generation. Ano pong ibig sabihin nyo ng confident national identity?
Ganito, may tatlong bagay ako nakita na medyo problemato sa panahong ito. Una-una, ang laki ng agwat ng mahirap at mayaman. Pangalawa, nawawala yung tiwala. At pangatlo, parang nawawala yung pagmamahal sa bayan. Kasi parang laging binababa ang pagka-Pilipino. Ito na-notice ko lang, I just noticed it. Na when I was working at DFA, I noticed that there was a difference between the attitudes of people coming from the Middle East, for example, working in the Middle East, and they would say, kabayan, Pero doon sa kabila, when, for example, I go to more Western countries, not necessarily Europe, but for example, North America, for example, there's a tendency to say, kayong mga Pilipino, kayong kumbaga iniiba niya yung sarili, Pero nakita ko rin yan na ang pagka-Pilipino natin, medyo talagang, even our jokes are down. So, siguro I the thing that comes to mind is, would the Filipinos fight for the Philippines? Would we fight, for example, if there was some sort of invasion? Would we actually get up arms? And I suppose there would be, I don't know if, I'm not entirely sure if we would fight as a nation, as an entire nation, as compared to, let's say, fighting for, let's say, my property or my ethnic identity. So, kumbaga, ang nakikita ko mahalaga na magkaroon tayo ng pagkakaintindi na tayo ay Pilipino at karapat-dapat tayo sa bayan at ang bayan ay karapat-dapat sa atin.
But sir, how will you... But sir, how will your government or your administration implement developing a confident national identity? We now have a clear idea of what it means, but how it will be implemented.
Okay. That is where I challenge the participation of civil society. And of course, and one aspect of that would be the National Volunteer Corps. I understand when some people say, let us have mandatory military service. Kasi that's supposed to build in a certain stamina, that's supposed to build in certain moral fiber. But the way I understand it is being in office for only 6 years. Maikli lang yun eh. We can only do so much. But we could plant the seeds for a confident national identity. Wait, number one, encouraging civil society to stand up for what is right and what is wrong and expose what is wrong. And the other one is for Filipinos, actually, the younger Filipinos, to really begin to love, begin to want to participate in nation building. For example, the National Volunteer Corps, we would like them to be parang ate, kuya sa next generation. For example, may na-miss tayo ng mga 2 years ng education, no? 2 years during the COVID-19 pandemic. So gusto natin silang pumunta doon sa field, sa mga komunidad, at pwede silang tumulong. Kung hindi man maituro lahat, at least teach mastery of reading, writing, arithmetic. Kasama yan. O kaya pagpapalago ng mga pagtatanim, pagtuturo ng konti skills, pagpapakita na pwede palang maging isang modelo. So, kumbaga, showing by example that it is possible to be a young, vibrant nationalist, a patriot. I'm sorry.
That was a very insightful observation you made, Secretary Abella, in regard to comparing overseas workers in the Middle East vis-a-vis workers in North America and similar places. And what I see there in the insights that you have shared with us is that really those who are in North America are more likely, or in Britain for that matter, to act more British and more Americans than they are Filipinos.
Yes.
And that means, therefore, that they in fact look down on those working in the Middle East and similar places. And that's a very insightful observation. So the Filipino-ness that you see is really there in the people who are working in the Middle East rather than those pretentious, idiotic people in the North American.
Professor Carlos, I think I
She takes
do
offense.
agree with you, but let me just add something. I think it's because in the Middle East, there's no possibility of becoming a citizen. But in Western countries, there is a possibility of actually becoming a citizen of the United States. Pero yun nga, sir, na, you work...
Pero Sas, maybe it also has something to do with the kind of workers that you export, which are really, for the dirty things that their own citizens would not want to do. But this is the only time that I've heard that kind of comparison, and it's really something so monumental, and it tells you the divide. That's the reason why I really get peeved when I hear people in the United States, preaching to us as if they suddenly have the answers to all the questions, and that's on account of the insightful observation that you had made.
Yes.
All right. I was reading through your 13-page program here, which was provided us, Secretary Abella, and I was looking for something so close to my heart, which is, of course, defense and security. So if I may, I'd like to repeat the question I asked Calyodi earlier. It's about the Balikatan, and are you happy about the ratcheting up of the Balikatan on Monday to, well,
I don't know if
4 times the number? And what is your take on the American-Australian consortium, which have, I think, signed a fairly long lease on Subic Bay?
Yes. Right. I don't know if I'm happy or I'm ecstatic about the whole thing, but it's something I believe that that is a necessary thing at this stage. For the plain and simple reason that we need to balance. We have neither economic power nor military power, but we certainly can become an outpost for democracy.
In the meanwhile?
In the meanwhile, yeah. Until we're able to build our own strength, internal strength natin. Nakikita ko po yung wisdom na habang wala tayong lakas, ay dapat magpalakas tayo ng loob. Doon pumapasok yung independent, yung confident national identity. Kasi we only have so much time. Bago talaga tayo balingan, hindi natin alam anong mangyayari. So kailangan talaga may tibay tayo ng loob para mangyari man ang mangyari, kaya natin lumaban o kaya malupig man tayo, masasaktan sila at pagsisisihan nila ang kanilang mga attempts to take over. Pero yung po katulad nun, yung sinasabi yung Balikatan, it's a tactical move. We can hanggat sa makalikom tayo ng enough strength and enough confidence to be able to fight back as Filipinos and not as somebody else's alliance or ally. So, ganun po.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And once again, time is going by so quickly. For now, we'll have to take a short break.
Yes.
Secretary Abella.
Yes, ma'am.
So stay tuned, everyone. We'll be right back at the Deep Probe. Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. At para po patuloy nating makilala ang presidential candidate na si Secretary Ernie Abella, itutuloy po ng ating panelists ang kanilang mga katanungan.
Secretary?
Yes.
You've mentioned agriculture in your platform. In fact, the term you use is, you want to make agriculture a mega industry.
Yes.
There are a lot of problems in agriculture, among which more than half of the Filipinos live in rural areas, and yet the sector only contributes a little over 9% to GDP.
Right.
Could you flesh out or give us details about what you have in mind when you say you want agriculture to be a mega industry?
First and foremost, we want agriculture to be a mega industry. Let me address first the last part of your question, that it only contributes something like 9%. But that's not due to them. That's due to government neglect. Hindi naman sinusuportahan katulad niya sasabihin. May nakausap ako na business consultant. I'm sure if I mentioned him, you would know this person. Pero sabi niya, hindi kasi competitive yung mga natin, mga farmers natin. Paano mo naman ilalaban yan sa Vietnam tsaka sa Vietnam tsaka Thailand? Kompleto sila ng suporta. Tayo wala. We actually, it's really a benign, I don't know if it's benign, but it's neglect. So anyway, going back to that, the other part of your question, how do we want to address that?
How do you realize your vision of creating a mega agriculture industry?
Yeah, what we'd like to do first and foremost is, as soon as possible, is to create a board of agricultural investment. To get people who are actually practitioners, not just experts in the trade itself, but actually those who have experience and those who have financial understanding, so that we could we could raise bonds, for example, so that we could use that, and also so that we can specifically create a whole ecosystem. I keep going back to that, to this ecosystem, and address, for example, that number one problem. Why, for example, of those who actually experience the worst hunger, the worst privation, and the most vulnerable are those in the agricultural sector. There is a moral component to this. For example, when we talk to, kung pinag-uusapan natin na lumalaki ang GDP natin, pero meron tayong 23 to 26 million na katao na mahirap. At aside from yung mahirap sila, meron pang 12.5 million people na nakakaranas ng gutom. Nakakaranas sila ng gutom. At ang isa sa mga tao na I talked with, sabi ko, he was the manager of a huge plantation in Mindanao. And sabi ko, bakit ganito ang puso mo? Sabi niya, kasi nakikita ko ang gutom ng tao. So basically, kaya natin pinapasok ito, dahil lang sa unang-una, pwede kasing mangyari na lumaki ang agrikultura pag tinutukan natin. Pangalawa, magkakaroon tayo ng genuine na industriya na pwedeng scalable. Kasi naman BPO hindi naman scalable. A lot of the MSMEs, a lot of them, I'm not just talking about the micro, I'm talking about the medium. Mga traders, puro angkat. The products come from China. Other areas, no? So the point is, kailangan natin ng isang industriya na scalable, na pwedeng kumita, na pwedeng bibigyan ng trabaho, na ma-address yung gutom, at it can also address inflation. So, so using yung Board of Agriculture Investments, at i-connect natin, for example, i-connecta natin sa research and development para we can produce our own, from seeds to pampataba, all the way to manufacturing, all the way to post-harvest facilities, all the way to community agricultural centers, all the way to even to domestic tourism. Pwede natin sila ipagkabit. Meron tayong roadmap dyan at na tinatapos, at alam din natin kung ano pwedeng mangyari at pwedeng gawin.
Are there any other government interventions you think are necessary? Because public spending on agriculture is something like 1.7% of the entire national budget.
Correct.
Relative to the public spending of other ASEAN countries, 1.7% is actually, on agriculture, is very small.
Correct. Ang pwede kasi nating dyan, we can do a 2-3 track solution. No, one is divert some of the build, divert some of the MSMEs, and then also pwede manghiram. I keep saying that, although some candidates felt na hindi viable na manghiram. Pero kung alam mo actually kung saan pupunta ang pera mo, pwede manghiram and dapat manghiram. Basta sigurado ka lang kung saan pupunta ang pera. By the way, isang problema talaga ng gobyerno is lack of absorptive capability. May pera, hindi naman alam kung paano gastuin, Basta, nakita ko ito. For example, I've been in corporate, I've been involved in corporate life, I've been involved in government life, and I tell you what, there is great efficiency in corporate life. There is a lot of this in government. There's a lot of discussion of throughput, yung mga proseso. Pero at the end of the day, kulang talaga sa output. No offense, man, pero yun ang talaga nakikita ko. So kailangan talaga we want to involve more people who are yun talagang may expertise at talagang may experience at alam nila ginagawa nila, lalo na sa agrikultura.
Last question. Sorry, I apologize my fellow panelists. You talked about integrating regional markets.
Yes.
Now, there's been a law passed, I think 6 or 7 years ago, the cabotage law, that was supposed to liberalize the domestic shipping industry with the aim of reducing the logistics cost of bringing goods from, say, Mindanao to Luzon. And yet, 6 or 7 years after this law, it's still more expensive to bring goods from Mindanao to Manila than it is to bring goods from Mindanao, say, to Hong Kong or farther away markets. What can be done? I mean, the law is already there.
Will, I suppose. Political will. If the current administration can say, let's finish the bill, we can actually, if it's already there, we can actually implement it. Yeah, yung sinasabi niyo, cabotage law.
Dati po kayong undersecretary sa DFA.
Opo.
At naging first spokesperson ng Pangulong Duterte.
Opo.
Ang katanungan ko po ganito, no? Noong March 2, 2022, merong balita, no? Na ang isang korte sa Pransya ay nagbigay ng award sa Sultan of Sulu's heirs ng $14.92 billion. Ito po yung claim natin sa Sabah. Okay, magkatanungan po ako, kung kayo po yung maging presidente, would you or would you not pursue our claim on Sabah?
Atin po yun. Atin po yun.
At bakit po?
Dahil lang po sa dahil lang po sa relasyon ng relasyon natin sa Sultan of Sulu at saka yung kanilang claims. So ang puntos ko po dyan is ituloy po natin. Ituloy po natin at tingnan po din natin kung short of, I would suggest again, diplomatic solution, short of exercising any force, which has been suggested before. Pero kung pwede, ituloy po natin yung diplomatikong pag-uusap para makita po natin kung paano po natin ma-maximize yung ating mga claims doon sa lugar na yun.
Meron po tayong batas, no? Republic Act 9522. Yung baseline law. Okay po. Ngayon po, ito po supposedly remedial law para doon sa nangyari sa definition ng national territory sa ilalim ng 1973 Constitution at 1987 Constitution. Yung 1973 Constitution, may nakalagay doon sa definition ng national territory na atin din po yung mga lupain by historic right or legal title. Ito po yung nawala sa definition ng national territory doon po sa 1987 Constitution. If you become president, would you amend Republic Act 9522, the baseline law? Kasi po sinabi nila, we dropped the ball here. Hindi natin na-define dito, naka-atin pala ang Sabah.
In which case, I think we need to revisit. Well, I do not pretend to know the legal aspects of that, but we need to revisit it because if there's anything at all that we need to be able to insist on, we need to know what is ours and what is not ours. What truly belongs to us. We need to revisit the law. We need to revisit the whole claim, and I believe we also need to talk with the stakeholders.
What about the interest of the Sabahans, Secretary? The natives in
Yes.
Sabah who are not, there are actually Filipinos there, but they're undocumented and in effect stateless. But these are different from the Sabahans. They probably identify more with Malaysia than the Philippines. Is
That's
that not a consideration in finding a resolution to this?
That's exactly why I said that we need to have a conversation. We need to talk. This would be part of our process where we need to be able to talk with the stakeholders whether kung ano yung kanilang ano yung take nila sa situation na yon. We need to talk with the stakeholders.
Yes, I'd like to follow through Rolex's question in regard to your stint at the Department of Foreign Affairs. And it's something to do with the number of legations that we have, consulates as well as embassies. Are we not trying to be like superpowers and having so many embassies and consulates? I remember that that was, during the Cory Aquino administration, that's one of the main tasks that Senator Mercado gave to me, to rationalize the so many embassies and consulates that we have. Did you encounter that kind of challenge when you were there?
As far as I know, that there are a number of offices that are pending, but they haven't been opened because of, as far as if I remember right, kulang tayo ng budget to open certain offices. But the main consideration has always been kung saan may Pilipino, dapat may representation tayo.
That's where I'm going, because it seems like it's the Filipino overseas workers who will decide where you're going to set up a legation. There's nothing wrong with protecting their interests, but I think the core of our diplomacy was to sell to the world, economic diplomacy, and we seem to have forgotten that.
That's true that but I think I believe konektado kasi economic diplomacy or the lack of it sa ating ability to produce. Otherwise, ang binibenta natin will be extracted products na hindi talaga gaanong value added kasi mahina din naman yung ating manufacturing nga. Wala nga tayong manufacturing. So, medyo nagbago talaga yung landscape. So, totoo na baka kailangan natin magbago na i-revisit natin yung ating yung pillars. In fact, meron po pang-apat na pillar na hindi pinag-uusapan. Napag-usapan natin to. Yung pang-apat, yung cultural diplomacy, na kung saan dapat maibenta natin ng maayos ang Pilipino, ang Pilipinas, para katulad na nagawa ng Korea, but maybe not in the same level at this stage. Pero kumbaga, yung the branding of it. Pero meron na tayo actually, meron talaga tayong, malalim, no? Ang lalim ng social capital ng Pilipino abroad. For example, even in Israel, di ba sabi ni, Bibi Netanyahu, sabi niya, mahal na mahal niya Pilipino, dahil sa ang nag-aalaga ng kanyang nanay ay Pilipina. So, kumbaga, meron tayong malalim na social capital, pero huwag na natin basta gayahin, for example, ang Korea, kasi meron din naman. Pero ang pwede natin gawin kasi, katulad doon nakita namin, yung i-maximize natin, for example, yung ating entertainment, yung ating movie industry. For example, in 2006, we were in Nairobi, and we found that during lunchtime, humihina yung traffic. Why? Kasi pati yung mga, ang tawag nito, pati yung mga members of parliament were actually stopping to watch the teleserye of, what's his name? Pangako Sa'yo. Yeah, Pangako Sa'yo. Tandaan nyo pa. So, kumbaga, kung pwede siguro, ay talagang pwedeng magkaroon tayo ng tweaking at streamlining at tingnan natin kung saan talaga tayo magbibigay ng emphasis.
Yeah, but that's another dimension of my question, which is really, why should we be exporting this kind of labor, which is low-wage labor, being caregivers for the elderly and both ends of the demographics, when we can in fact be exporting engineers, doctors, medical personnel, and the like, and give it to other countries with less competent people to do the caregiving work, which for most parts, based on the reports coming to us, are those who are more likely to be maltreated in their places of work. So that's why I said, with the advances in technology, in communication, you don't need to establish an embassy or a consulate wherever Filipinos are. Like in the United States, how many consulates do you have there when you only need one at Washington, D.C.? I mean, how many consulates do you need to renew passports and, get people to pledge to be Philippine citizens again? This is what I mean. The bureaucratic reform needs to start somewhere, and I think the DFA should be a good start.
Well, well taken. Very well taken. Noted and well taken. Thank you.
Secretary Abella, so my question is about foreign policy. I think you expect this. As I understand, you will continue the foreign policy line of President Duterte expressed in this very elegant statement, friends to all, enemies to none. And, this reminds me of the foreign policy of the United States for most of its history, like from its founding. It was neutral in any wars in Europe, and it only got involved and took a position in world wars during the First World War. Now, my question is, because I've seen that you voted to be neutral in the Ukraine-Russia conflict in one of the presidential debates. So my question is, do you see any link between a country's foreign policy position in these kinds of conflict and its internal development?
Okay.
Kasi, I would like to link this to your idea of magpalakas tayo ng loob.
Tama.
So do you see any link between these two?
Una-una, although I said neutral, tandaan natin we nag-sign tayo doon sa UNGA. We signed the UNGA statement condemning the violence. But if you read the statement, and I'm sure you did, it condemned the violence, but it did not condemn any aggressor, which I thought was brilliant. It was brilliant. You can do something like this and still not wala kang kinakalaban. I believe at a certain stage, tulad ng habang nagpapalakas tayo, dapat marunong tayong gumawa. Ganun ang dapat na lakad natin. Na hindi tayo, we're not pushovers. And we can actually make statements. We can actually take a position, but we don't need to antagonize anybody right now, especially kung baka meron naman tayong mga interest o ongoing negotiations. So, yun. So, going back, kailangan talaga naniniwala ako na pwede natin gawin itong mga bagay na to. Iba yung economic sanction, iba rin yung diplomatic sanctions. Ang ginawa natin was a diplomatic sanction, pero wala naman tayong abilidad right now to have economic sanctions. So, doon tayo sa diplomatic.
Thank you, Secretary Abella.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you may give your closing remarks.
Tapos na ba yun?
Unfortunately, 1 hour went by very quickly.
Sigurado ka? Anyway. Sige, ganito na lang. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako, Karen, sa oportunidad. No? Pero gusto ko siguro kausapin ang ating Filipino electorate. Nakakatuwa pong pakinggan na nagbabago ang ating political landscape at nagbabago din po ang electorate. At ngayong Mayo 9, 2022, ay hinihikayat ko po kayong to do something new and to do something bold. And that is to vote not just according to conscience, but according to vision. Meron po akong ililipat sa inyo na pananaw. At ang pananaw po ay ito, na pwede pong magkaroon ng isang siglo Pilipino, na pwede pong magkaroon ng isang Philippine century na kung saan meron pong peaceful economic rise ang Pilipinas, na pwede pong magkaroon ng 100 taon, na 100 taong pagtaas, pag-angat ng ating bayan. Kung man lang tayo mismo ay ating pong tanggapin na ang pagbabago ay hindi nakalagay sa balikat ng presidente lang, kundi para sa buong sambayanan. That we could also have a nation that is righteous, peaceful, and joyful, a nation that is just, and a nation that is worthy of its people, and a people worthy of its nation. This is a vision that I have, and I shared it with you, and I say it's possible, and let's do it, and let's just do it together. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Ernie Abella, at maraming salamat din sa ating mga panelists. I think what resonated with me the most was when Secretary Abella said, hindi ba napakaganda ng ating bansa kung hindi lamang sa balikat ng ating magiging Pangulo na kasandalang kabukasan ng ating bansa, kundi para sa atin din at bilang mga kababayan na may malasakit at merong responsibilidad para sa ating bansa. And we're down to our last candidate for tonight. Ang susunod na kandidato ay may battle cry for unity para sa kanya. Pagkakaisa ng sambayanang Pilipino sa gitna ng malalaking problema ng ating bansa, ang susi para sa mabilis na pagbabangon nito. This candidate is a consistent frontrunner in the election surveys. Nakita natin ang performance niya sa surveys, pero ano kaya ang magiging performance niya sa pagsagot sa mga panelists? Makikita natin yan sa pagbabalik ng The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. Nagbabalik po ang The Deep Probe, the SMNI Presidential Candidates Interview. We're down to our last candidate. Ito na po ang huling kandidato na haharap sa ating panelists sa araw na ito.
Sa gitna ng samot-saring isyong ibinabato laban sa kanyang pamilya, nananatiling matibay at may paninindigan para sa bayan. Bit-bit ang mga pangakong pagbabago para sa ikabuunlad ng bansa. Trabaho para sa mga Pilipino, murang kuryente, industrialisasyon, kalidad na edukasyon, reforma sa iba't ibang sektor, at pagkakaisa ng sambayanang Pilipino ang sentro ng kanyang kampanya.
Bilang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, sinabi ko na ako'y tatakbo dahil ang aking layunin, ang aking dating bansa ay pagkaisa muli ang sambayanang Pilipino. Pagandahin po natin ang ating minamahal na bansang Pilipinas. Sama-sama po tayong babangon muli.
Tumatakbong Pangulo mula sa Partido Federal ng Pilipinas, Ferdinand Bongo Marcos Jr.
You may now sit down, Senator Marcos.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
May we request the audience to please sit down so we can start the program.
I brought all my relatives.
Everyone, can we ask everyone to please sit down so we can start the program? Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Okay. Senator Marcos, you have the floor, and the panelists will be asking you questions.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Marcos.
Good meeting you, ma'am.
If this were, I've never been to a campaign rally, but if this looks like it, and maybe multiplied so many times over, I can imagine what you're feeling is like euphoria, isn't it? Because we're not even involved and we're feeling euphoric here.
It's very encouraging, ma'am. That's true.
Okay, this is the second time we are going through this, but this time it will be banter. Nothing aggressive nor belligerent. You have the thickest portfolio here. I counted more than 50 pages which were submitted to the network and which were given to us.
Madaming,
So,
madaming
like I have
trabaho, ma'am.
1,000 questions, but since I have 3 other colleagues here, maybe I'll ask something which is right in my alley. And I think I have asked this also in my post in the social media. And post-Ukraine, assuming that you have a peace agreement within the next 2 weeks, which is more likely, do you see a new political and economic order, but this time you have other political actors like Moscow, Beijing, and even Tehran.
Yes.
What's your take on that?
There will be a new world order. Because I think watching Ukraine and seeing the developments, and which are not exactly going the way of that the President Putin would have wanted it to. I suspect there will be domestic implications to whatever the peace agreement is going to be. I hope you're right, ma'am, that it will be done in 2 weeks, because we are the entire world is suffering. But there will be a very big change, because the how do you say the idea. I think some of the analysts have said, I don't know if you agree with this, is that President Putin is trying to reconstruct or recreate the Soviet Union under another name. So perhaps this was his move. Should he weaken as a political figure in his own country, in Russia, then certainly the policy, that policy of trying to gain territory through whatever means, as he says, because to provide for him a buffer to NATO, whatever the reason might truly be. I think that will have to be re-studied by whoever will be most dominant in Russian domestic politics after Putin. So yes, I believe there will be a new world order. And I think I am certain that Tehran and Beijing are watching very, very closely what will happen to Ukraine. There will be a geopolitical balance of power. It also depends on what the reaction of the EU and the United States will be. I think the United States we can predict fairly accurately. EU is in a more difficult spot, simply because they are highly dependent for their energy to Russia, and how they will balance that. I know that the President Biden has just signed with the EU a deal to supply from the United States and from other countries 15 billion tons of gas, which will cover some of the needs of the EU. But again, that's not something that can instantly be made, to instantly be applied. There will be a transition period because it is a very large economic infrastructure that has been developed for Europe to take advantage of the gas supplies out of Russia. These are all terribly large forces, and inevitably will change things.
Yeah, well, it seems like you have a more dire scenario, future scenario in mind. But what I have used really is from a content analytical perspective, using events data analysis, meaning I'm paying attention to the verbs being used by the negotiators. And this is not Pollyannish, by the way, Mr. Marcos. It's just that I feel that Putin will not allow the conflict to spill over. It will encapsulate within the Ukraine, a conflict area. Yeah. And that, yes, I still believe that within the next 2 weeks, you have a peace agreement.
I sincerely hope so. Because misunderstandings, mistakes can occur. With Poland being right there on the border of Ukraine, we already have had reports of missiles that mistakenly flew into Poland. And these are the kind of things that we have to be very careful about. I think maybe that is one thing that they can agree upon, Russia and the West, as we have referred to it often.
Mr. Marcos, earlier, I don't know if you were around already when I asked questions about the projected state visit of Vladimir Putin here in the Philippines. Because the Duterte administration has only so many more breaths to take before the end of their regime, of their tenure. When you become president, will he honor that invitation that Duterte had given to him to do a state visit? Not just a visit, a state visit.
Well, certainly. Why not? We have diplomatic relations with Moscow. We should continue to honor that agreement that we have with Russia, and we must continue to again cultivate the relationships that are beneficial to the country. And it's not, as long as we make our position very clear that self-determination is an important principle as far as the Philippines is concerned, and in that context, then we can still speak on many other subjects with Russia.
Yeah, so that means you are not telegraphing something to the United States of America by welcoming Vladimir Putin in the state visit.
It need not be Russia or Vladimir Putin, any country. I think that would like to come and visit and would feel that there is something beneficial to be gained by furthering, strengthening relationships between our two countries is something that we should always be open to.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Marcos.
Good evening.
Ang tanong ko po ay ito, ang nabanggit niyo po ang phrase na New World Order na sa tingin niyo ay maaaring mangyari pagkatapos ng peace treaty between Ukraine and Russia. And you see that the world will be restructured around a new framework or a new geopolitical order. So my question is this, I hope that you realize the burden or the special task that you have as a future chief architect of our foreign policy. Because in the past drawing of world orders, the Philippines never played a role in determining its position in that world order. For example, between the wars of Spain and the United States, it's the United States that defined our position in that new world order. When the United Nations was instituted after post-World War II, we were still at the coattails of the United States. But now we are an independent country. So my question is, when this new world order that you think could happen after a peace treaty gets concluded between Ukraine and Russia, how will you position our country in this new geopolitical order?
It very clearly will depend on what the exit strategy will be for the West, for EU, and for Putin in the peace agreement that we hope they will sign. What the nature of that agreement will be? Will it be status quo? The forces that are in Ukraine, the Russian forces and Belarusian forces that are already in Ukraine, will they just stay where they are, status quo? Will they be told to withdraw? I only say that because it is very important to Putin's position domestically. He is in a very precarious place because it has not gone according to plan. I suspect that he was hoping that it would be a similar situation as it was in Crimea, where they pretty much just walked in with very little resistance. But then they prepared Crimea for a long time. They were helping the rebel groups, the Russian-speaking groups, and they were developing them. And they built a corridor on the east side of Crimea, within which the Russians could cross the border very easily. That hasn't been the case in Ukraine. And so, depending on how it is viewed, the peace treaty that we hope will come, it depends on how it is viewed by the local domestic political scenarios in Russia itself. That, whatever the reaction will be to Putin, will fix one of the variables in the geopolitical new world order. So we still have to wait to see what happens. I'm sure China is waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen here. Tehran, I'm sure, as the professor mentioned, is clearly a player in this regard. And in the Middle East now, so far it has not affected the Middle East in any way so far. But maybe If it works out for Russia, if it works out for Vladimir Putin, China might be emboldened to make their own moves. Tehran might be emboldened to make their own moves. On the other hand, if it is very much a rejection of the idea of Putin of taking over a country, then perhaps that will also influence their thinking as to what can and cannot be done for their own interests. So yes, I don't think we can predict very closely because we cannot. I hope to be as optimistic as the professor, but I don't see it happening in 2 weeks, to be perfectly honest. I hope it is. I hope it does, because the economic effects on every single person in the world has been enormous. And it is going to be enormous for a good long while. It's not going to go away anytime soon.
Sir, since we have a mutual defense treaty with the United States, that would affect, I'm sure that would play a role in how, our country would position ourselves in this new geopolitical world order. So my question is, to what extent will you allow the United States influence your actual decision making in how you're going to craft the future foreign policy of the Philippines when that new world order has already taken shape?
Well, we have a very special relationship with the United States, and it's something that we have had and developed over 100 years, starting from being essentially a colony to a very strong partner here in this, especially in this part of the world, in the region. And that, I think, has been a good thing for both countries, both for the United States and for the Philippines. And that I think we can still depend on that. But the scenario that you spoke about, where we historically have always been with the United States, is still, I think, a carryover, a hangover of the Cold War. And we discussed it a little bit the last time. And I don't think the geopolitics of today are the same. And we now have to tread that very fine line to make sure that it's the Philippines, it's the Philippine interests that are the primacy of Philippine interests in anything. Now, in geopolitics, especially, we have another superpower 600 kilometers from our coastline, China. That puts, again, the Philippines in quite a precarious position. We're lucky because we're important geopolitically, even just we're strategically. We are unlucky because we are important geopolitically, and we've become a bit of a hot potato when it comes to that. So we definitely have to consider what is best always for the Philippines. And how do we achieve that? With our existing partnerships, alliances, as they stand now, with what will be a new world order. Will it be a very big change? Will it be a small, slight change? Will it be a big change for Russia and a small change for everybody else? There are many moving parts to this thing, and it's not something that is easily definable. But I think once the peace agreement is made, we will study it very, very closely, and we will ask our best experts to determine what is the effect in these other countries. What is the effect to Tehran, to Iran? What's the effect? How does it change their thinking in Beijing? How does it change the thinking in Washington, D.C.? These are the big players. These are the people we have to deal with. So yes, it's not. I wish I could give you a categorical answer, but until we know exactly what that peace treaty will contain, it's very difficult. And to know what will happen after that in Russia. How will the power structure change? Will Putin be removed? Will he still maintain his position? All of these things are going to play a part in what it will look like after that peace agreement.
Senator, good evening. With this as a backdrop, the discussion with Russia, Ukraine, I was wondering if you can pivot to domestic concerns, particularly your energy policy.
Yeah.
Because as you said, the conflict is being felt worldwide, and among the things that we are seeing are sky-high fuel prices. But how would you address this? What would be your policies, particularly with energy security, going beyond this issue?
In the past week or so, since the war in Ukraine began, I have been espousing a policy of subsidizing all oil imports. Because the idea is that, yes, transport is the first sector that's going to be affected, but everyone will be affected. And therefore, if we are to support everyone, we have to subsidize all oil imports, in my view. However, I have been crunching the numbers. We can't do it. We cannot afford it. It's that simple. So we have to focus now. Maliwanag, yung mga transport group talagang naghihingalo dahil dito sa pagtaas ng presyo ng langis. Pero alam naman natin, pag tumaas ang presyo ng langis, sabay-sabay susunod na yung mga iba. So we have to focus in the sectors that will actually that will mitigate the effects of the oil price rise. Perhaps, well, there still exists the option of perhaps giving a tax holiday on the excise taxes to the oil for the oil imports. However, the pandemic is not over. We do not know what is going to happen next. When each time we thought tapos na, it came back. And I'm sure all of us after Christmas, after the Omicron hit at the end of January, sabi natin siguro baka tapos nito, baka wala na. But then we hear news now about Korea, about China, about Hong Kong, that they're locking down again. So we need those funds. Well, the government doesn't need the funds, people need the funds. And so we will still have to continue to collect as much as we can in preparation for any possible occurrence in terms of the pandemic. Baka may bagong strain, baka may babalik. But I don't think we will ever return to a time of lockdown anymore.
Senator, just before we go on the break, I was wondering if you can clarify your position on the oil price stabilization fund, because there's been some talk in social media to report, and I don't know if you are. Of course, the appeal is that there will be subsidy when prices are high.
Yes.
But the downside is that prices will remain high because when global prices dip.
Yeah.
And there's the argument, of course, that the market is always more efficient in determining prices. Could you clarify your position?
No, I think it is not to change the price of the oil. It's to change the rate of change. It is to try and mitigate the rate of change. So that, let's say, if the price increase is from Sunday to Monday, instead of increasing the full, let's say we're going to increase by, 5 pesos, let's say. Instead of doing it all in one shot, we do it slowly because we have a stabilization fund. There is no way to bring the price of oil down from the Philippines. We are at the mercy of the oil producers. We in the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, are 0.07% of the fossil fuel market, and therefore have very little influence on pricing. And we produce very little in terms of oil production. Malampaya is about, they say will dry up in the next 2 or 3 years. So yes, it is a very, very big problem. But the OPSF that I proposed is really to lessen the impact. And instead of making the impact instantaneous, we will try to make it happen over a longer time to give businessmen, consumers more time to adjust and to plan for the new regime of oil prices and oil products that would come to the Philippines.
Senador, kung may time pa?
We'll have to take a short break for now. Yes.
It's okay.
Sorry, Rolex.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've become the symbol of the human time clock. But The panel will still have a lot of questions for you, Senator Marcos. Unfortunately, we have to interrupt for a short break. So to everyone watching, don't go away. The Deep Probe SMNI presidential interviews will be right back.
Ang saklaw at pandemya.
Nagbabalik po tayo sa The Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential candidates interview. And right before the break, the conversation between presidential candidate Senator Marcos and the panelists was spanning several issues, including the geopolitical conflicts and the oil price crisis. Now we will resume the questions from the panels.
Magandang gabi po, Senator.
Good evening, Rolex.
Ang katanungan ko po ay tungkol sa power. Alam niyo po, yung IPIRA, hinati yung bansa natin. Electric Power Reforms Industry Act, IPIRA. Yan po, ganito. Recently, ang Malacanang po ay naglabas. Pinirmahan ng Pangulo, Executive Order 164, adding nuclear power to the energy mix. And among others, to study the viability kung pwede pa natin i-operate yung BNPP at ang iba pang mga facilities para sa paggamit ng nuclear energy. Pwede mo malaman kung ano yung isip nyo po tungkol dito? Kasi po mangyayari sa sunod na termino, ang 18 milestones. Ito po yung unang hakbang lamang.
Marami talagang pinag-uusapan. Energy is hard. Ito, aaminin ko sa inyo, talagang pinag-aaralan ko, napakahirap ayusin. Dahil nga, yung ating sistema, the IPIRA law, marami talaga naka-contain dyan na kailangan pag-aralan ulit. Because ang reklamo sa buong bansa, both na consumers lamang at saka yung mga negosyante. Kasi lagi natin napapag-usapan mga foreign investors na nagre-reklamo sa power, pati local investors. Kaya ang investment sa Pilipinas is not capital intensive. Yung mga investment sa Pilipinas short term lang, kuminsan hot money lang ang pumapasok, pasok-labas lang yan. It doesn't build anything. So that is it. It is a major problem. Kung titignan natin ang mga projection sa pangyayari. Ngayon, just as a perfect example, narinig na siguro naman ng lahat, na sinasabi na baka sa eleksyon magkakaroon ng brownout. Kaya dahil nasa gitna na tayo ng summer, ng tag-araw. Kaya yan ang maliwanag na maliwanag, kulang na talaga ang power supply doon sa ating requirements. At saka, yung idadagdag pa dapat natin para makapag-industrialize tayo ng mabuti. Kaya it's something that has to be attended to. In other words, kailangan natin lahat. Kailangan natin lahat ng makuha natin na power sources para mabigyan tayo ng mas mura at mas malawak at mas reliable na power supply. Ngayon, maaari nating i-expand yung ating hydro, expand natin yung ating geothermal. But there's a very simple idea when it comes to the energy sector. It's something called the base load. The base load is the load that never goes away. Just the demand that never goes away. Kahit gabi, kahit araw, ito na yung mga planta na nagpapatakbo. So that base load has to be satisfied. Kaya kung hindi umiihip ang hangin, paano yung wind power? Kung gabi, paano yung solar power? Kailangan pa rin ng traditional. Ngayon, doon tayo mamimili. Although it's not traditional for the Philippines, nuclear power is already considered a traditional power source. So it has to be looked into. Yung sa BNPP, nag-offer na. Because if ang Korea has, I believe, 5 sister plants
to the Westinghouse plant in BNPP. And they have offered, I always say it's ironic that the names of their plants are Core 1, Core 2, Core 3, Core 4, Core 5. Pero hindi tayo nagkaroon kahit isa. But they have offered to come with their technical people, and they have offered to come to give us an idea. Pwede pa ba ito? Because kahit pa paano, it was the BNPP, the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant, was supposed to go online with 650 megawatts in 1986. That's a long time ago. Marami ng bagong technologies, marami ng bagong requirements. So we'll see. We have to. I think we should be open to our Korean friends to come and to tell us if this is still viable or you have to do something else. When it comes to nuclear power as an idea, well, let's just follow the science, because dito naging political sa Pilipinas. It's also political in other places, but in our particular case, the reason we have no nuclear power plant at all is pure politics. Did not really follow the science. So we have to look into it, because even after Fukushima, when everybody was saying nuclear power is we have to rethink, kailangan natin pag-aralan ulit yan, mukhang delikado. Walang nagbago ng kanilang pagplano na pagpatayo ng nuclear power plant kahit saan. America tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Sa France, the majority of their power is already created by nuclear power. So in the other countries, ganun din. So I still think that it's something we should examine. There are many new technologies. One of the ones that we keep reading about are the modular nuclear power plant. They start with a small one. Gusto mong palakihin, bumili ka ulit ng module, ikakabit mo rin, palakihin mo ng palakihin hanggat gusto mo. Siguro naman kaya natin patakbuhin ang nuclear power plant. Wala naman, there's no reason na bakit hindi kaya ng Pilipino na magpatakbo ng nuclear power plant. So, it's something that should be part of the mix. Kasama diyan is COP26, where we decided to cut down on coal-fired power generation. And what happened, nagtaasan ng presyo kasi walang kapalit sa renewable. Ibig sabihin, yung mix ng renewable at saka traditional, kailangan talaga natin, we have to decide once and for all, what is the mix that's good for the Philippines. I think it's not going to be a static point. I think as years go on, and we develop renewables, we develop other sources of power, that mix is going to slowly shift towards renewables, hopefully, because that's what we want because of climate change. But nonetheless, that mix is still something that's up in the air, that we haven't really determined what is proper and appropriate for the Philippine setting. But to make a short answer to your question, is that lahat kailangan natin. Kailangan natin palakihin ng hydroelectric, kailangan natin palakihin yung geothermal, kailangan natin paramihan ng mga power plant, kailangan natin tumingin sa mga bagong technologies, wind farm, solar, kailangan natin tingnan ng nuclear. At kung kailangan talaga, di balikan natin oil-fired. But oil-fired has become less and less attractive because of what's happening in the volatility of oil prices, especially in the last 2-3 years. Then with this new development in Ukraine, talagang kailangan pag-isip-isipan natin na mabuti. Kasi baka maipit tayo, pag tumaas na naman yan, hindi natin maipatakbo yung planta natin, balik na naman tayo sa dati, nasa brownout na naman tayo. Now we have lots of coal here in the Philippines. The Chinese claim to have good enough technology. I've actually visited one of their coal-fired plants that na malinis na, that they're able to extract the carbon and they're able to dispose of the carbon properly. So all of these things we need to look into. Lahat yan kailangan natin.
Well, after the generating companies, meron po tayong Transco. Marami reklamo sa Transco. Senador, open ba kayo sa idea na katulad ng tubig, may west sector operator, may east sector operator, chop natin ang Transco?
I don't think so. May economies of scale yan eh. Ang business model ng high tension na delivery na ginagamit ng Transco is the same as a tollway. You maintain the tollway, you collect toll, and that's how you pay for what you build. That's the same thing that Transco should be doing. Yun lamang, siguro na hindi sapat. Sa amin lang, marami kaming pangangailangan dyan sa Transco. We were hoping to build a high-tension cable from Ilocos Norte to directly export the power we are producing via windmills directly to Manila, because that's where the demand is, and it's more profitable for us. But hanggang ngayon hindi pa nangyayari. And I'm not sure. I'm not privy to the board meetings and the discussions going on in Transco. So I do not know quite why wala pa yan. But yes, it really should be a simple operation na madali lang naman patakbuhin dapat yan. Kaya pag-aralan natin kung bakit nagkakaganon. You mentioned IPIRA. We have to look back at IPIRA. I think IPIRA might already have at least certain provisions in IPIRA are already obsolete. As a matter of fact.
Senator?
Yes.
I hope you don't mind. I'd like to switch topics a little bit because we have a short period to ask so many issues.
All right.
I'd like to ask about agriculture because you've mentioned that in the last time you were here. One of the biggest problems that the sector is facing is the aging of farmers.
Yes.
One study I've read said that their average age is between 57 and 59. And the worst thing is their children don't want to go into agriculture. And this observation is supported by declining enrollment in agricultural programs of SUCs across the nation. And last, the Secretary of Agriculture last year said that we may be facing a critical shortage of farmers in as little as 12 years. And he said this last year. So maybe you'd like to share with us what your plans are regarding this issue.
Regarding the age of farmers getting older, not only are they discouraged to come in, their parents who are farmers, they say, wag na kayong pumasok dito, napakahirap ng buhay dito. Mag-aral kayo, pumunta kayo sa Manila, pumunta kayo sa city, dyan kayo magpagaling para hindi niyo na kailangan daanan itong dinadaanan namin. That's the state of the agriculture in the Philippines today. As a general rule, as a general concept, I think we have to really shift already from what is essentially still mom and pop operation and talk about agribusiness and talk about the industry of agriculture. And there are many things that we need to do to achieve that, to get to that point. See, let's go back to the issue of the age of our farmers and the young people who are not going into agriculture. If it is an agribusiness, if it is not the traditional farming method that we are always going through, that we have been doing for the last millennia, but move into something that is more high-tech, then that will necessarily need for the entry into more technically minded agribusiness practitioners. And that will bring the age younger immediately. I know already for myself, young people in their 30s who have discovered some new technology or have come across a new thing. Bagay sa atin to, gawin natin. And they do, and they have brought all kinds of new techniques to farming, but it's not yet extensive because there are no encouragements coming from government in terms of tax breaks, in terms of I don't really believe in subsidies in that regard, but I still think that we can improve the attractiveness of the agricultural sector to younger people if we use the most modern, most interesting technology. And the kids say they can geek it out, right? They'll just pag-aralan nila na mabuti. That's a very interesting. It will become a very interesting line of work.
Is there an important role for government to play? Because if you look at the public spending on agriculture in the Philippines, it's only about 1.1% 1.7% of the national budget, far below what is being spent in other ASEAN countries.
Yes, it's been that, and it has been that way for a long time. I think we have really neglected agriculture because we had a system set up where the entire value chain was attended to by government. And of course, the private sector practitioners come into the picture during the trading and in the market. But that was dismantled in 1986 and has not been a replacement for it. So we have to do it again. And if we look at the countries that we are competing with in terms of rice production, for example, they're Thailand and Vietnam, the obvious ones. Their cost of production is lower. The labor, segment of their production cost is 1/2 of ours, and that's due to mechanization. We have not mechanized at all. It's going to take. It's not a simple thing because we have to organize now to be able to mechanize properly, to use the big machines, the big tractors, the big harvesters. Yung nakikita natin sa ibang bansa na ginagamit, nakalaki-laki, na ang bilis-bilis, siguro sa isang araw, ilang hektarya na nako-cover nila. Pero ang average na land holding dito sa Pilipinas is less than 1 hectare. So hindi mo magamit yung mga ganung klaseng makina. So the way to do it, or the way we did it in Ilocos, was we organized the cooperatives. And in that way, we were able to take full advantage of economies of scale. And I think that's what we need to do here in the Philippines now. But there are other things that need to be done as well. I think the fact that we are importing galunggong has been made very, very public. It's been very, very clear that it is quite a surprise for us to get into that situation. But again, it really comes from a neglect and the agricultural sector. So the things we have to do the research and development for the new varieties, for the new yung nag-aalaga ng hayop, paano yung gagawin yung pagkalat ng mga inahin. Again, these are different schemes that we have to put together. In our fisheries, there is a very, very good potential for us kung ayusin lang natin ang ating kinukuhanan ng isda. Number one, bigyan natin yung mga mangingisda na mas malaking bangka. Maliliit lang yung bangka nila eh. And they have to go out already 12 kilometers kasi overfish na dito sa loob. And then of course, patrol so that maraming nagpo-poach sa atin. So we have to have all the best techniques and technologies for our farmers and for our fishermen, fisher folk. So that's just the beginning of it. And then the support. Now, one of the biggest problems that the agricultural industry is facing right now in terms of crops is urea is 2,500 pesos now. And we know of many areas where farmers just didn't plant. And that kills our production. Taas na naman ang importation natin. Because kung minsan, kung kulang talaga. Kung pabayaan mo yan, tataas naman ang presyo, hindi na kaya ng tao. Kaya talagang kailangan ayusin yung agrikultura. So you have to support, the government has to support that. This question of urea, for example, siguro ang gobyerno nang bibili in bulk, hundreds of tons of urea, and then isama na yan sa production loan bago planting season. Magbibigay ka ng production loan sa farmer, yung iba pera, yung iba seedlings, yung iba abono. The fertilizer at saka yung pesticide. And then you could support them with new techniques, the techno demos, teach them what are the new plants, what are the new techniques, how you can save water, how you can save on the other inputs, etc., etc. And then the processing. It should not really be allowed anymore. Dapat in the year 2022, dapat wala na tayong nakikitang palay na tinutuyo sa highway. Dahil dapat meron na tayong binigay. Yan, si Rolex knows this well from because sa local talagang yun ang problema eh. So, tapos yung mga milling, dapat talaga meron tayong milling na small scale, large scale, depending on what everyone. So the value stays with the farmer. Hindi pumupunta sa trader na may malaking milling na planta. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the traders. They have a part to play. But let's keep as much of the value added and give it back to the farmer. And then, if we are able to do that, gumanda ang ating production, mumura ang ating production cost, we can directly sell it. And the Kadiwa is the example that we always use. We can sell it to the public at a lower price, assuming the government will not make a profit, because the government should not make a profit. So they should be able to sell these basic agricultural products for less.
Mr. Marcos,
Yes,
we all know that your campaign's theme is unity. And recently, you made a statement on an issue that, would test your call for unity, because this issue is really polarizing in our country. And I'm referring to your statement on LGBTQ rights. And so my question is, there are a lot of interests that had to be balanced here, especially that even though that we are a secular country, our people, around 80% of our people have really, really strong religious beliefs. And these two things, are always contrary to each other. So my question is, how will you balance the legitimate aim of protecting the rights and welfare of LGBTQ people while at the same time respecting the legitimate interests of religious groups that they can freely pursue their belief on this matter?
I don't think LGBTQ issues are polarizing in the Philippines, honestly. I think we are much more open-minded about it, considering the fact that we are in fact a very Roman Catholic country. But then you must, and so that I don't think it's polarizing at all. I think Filipinos are, I don't know how to put it, but we're much cooler than most other places when it comes to these things. And I think when I talk to the members of that community, wala namang hinihingi na special treatment ang mga LGBTQ. Wag lang, do not discriminate against us. Yun lang naman yun eh. We don't want a special program for you, for ourselves. You have to want to, do something. Just patas lang. Patas lang, pare-pareho lang. Na kahit LGBTQ kami, kahit matanda kami, kahit come from the wrong place, I don't know, whatever. All forms of discrimination are some things that we have to guard against, because that's corrosive. That just gets in the way. It doesn't help. It doesn't help anything. So that, I think, is the approach to LGBTQ issues: is just fight discrimination every step of the way. There's a pool of talent in every sector of our society that we need to take advantage of, and so we cannot exclude any part and say, hindi pwede yan, hindi na ayaw namin sa ganyan. And let me get to the point. I mean, LGBTQ, Roman Catholic, you will say that it's wrong. What did the Pope say when he was asked about same-sex marriage, same-sex union? Let me correct myself. Same-sex union. And I think the Pope said it perfectly. Who am I to judge? And that's the attitude that we, all of us, should have. And with that, I think we'll go down the correct place. We will go down the right path.
Yeah, I think this will be...
Professor Carlos, I know that you warned me about senior citizens losing their train of thought, but I have been instructed to go on a commercial break. So we'll start off. Yes, we'll start the next round with your question.
Okay.
I promise that. Yeah. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We have more questions coming from our panel. So don't go away. The Deep Probe SMNI presidential candidates interview will be right back. We're back with the Deep Probe, the SMNI presidential candidates interview. And again, 1 hour went by so quickly. So we're down to the last question for our last candidate for the evening. To start off with our last question, Professor Carlos.
Okay, there is, I know, Mr. Marcos, that
Professor Carlos, I know you're gonna love me for this. You're wearing your sunglasses again.
Sorry again. Ay, mag-forgive na kayo, ha? You will all be 75 also. Unless you die young. Hello. Humirit pa yan. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a sense that this will be the last time I shall interact with you in a venue like this. So, let me introduce something which I have tested in my class on elites in politics. And this involves moving into an area called predicting leadership decision-making. So I hope you don't mind if I give you 3 short questions, but they are related to each other. And it will give our people a chance to know you in terms of your leadership style. The first question is, do you think that you're basically an optimist rather than a pessimist? Number 2, do you think you are basically a high-risk taker rather than a low-risk taker? You'll notice the 2 are related. And the third question is, do you think you are Machiavellian?
Well, the first question is if I'm an optimist or a pessimist. I'm essentially an optimist. And the reason I'm essentially an optimist, because especially when we talk about the country, we are optimists. I am optimistic because our biggest asset is the Filipino people, and I try to be very objective about it, ma'am. I have traveled all over the world. I have not met a better people than Filipinos in every possible way. Am I a risk taker or not? When it comes to national issues, I tend towards the conservative only because a mistake will cost so much suffering to so many people. In other words, you have to be very careful with the decisions you make. And it's not something that you do offhand. You think about it very hard. You talk to as many people as you can. And you make absolutely certain that you have done everything that you can possibly do to make whatever your plan is, to make it work. Am I Machiavellian? Well, I've studied him quite thoroughly. And I know very many Machiavellians in my life. But
Is it Machiavelli in terms of taking every means to produce an end, not the other Machiavellian, the bad Machiavellian?
Well, certainly, we have to be aware of everything that is going to help whatever it is that you are hoping to achieve. And on a national scale, that means you have to understand very well what the situation is on the ground. Ganito kasi ang sitwasyon ng mga tao, eto na ngayon sila. Nasa gitna pa ng pandemya, walang trabaho yung mga yan. Umaasa pa rin yan sa tupad, sa IX, etc. O paano tayo lalabas niyan? Where will what are the other countries doing? Kailangan maging maingat so I suppose in the same sense, as you say, that these questions were related,
It's a way of being careful and being very, very knowledgeable about what are the things that have to come into play so that you will achieve success, whatever that success, however you define that success. So in that sense, yes, ma'am, I am a Machiavellian.
Yeah, thank you. In future, if you have time, please come to the university and I will discuss with you. It's called the Operational Code Construct. Thank you very much.
Oh, I would love that. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
So sorry, I know we were getting requests for extension, but we want to be strict about keeping it to 1 hour for all the presidential candidates. So, Senator Marcos, you have the floor for your closing remarks.
Well, first of all, I thank again our panelists and SMNI for this opportunity to speak on the many issues that have yet to be explored. And the format as well, I think, is quite constructive. So thank you to SMNI for that. Thank you to our panelists here. I hope to continue to lay out what programs that form a part of the platform, the planks of the platform, for the possibility for the next administration, for the possibilities for the next administration. And that's why such opportunities such as this are very, very important. And I hope that we have been able to impart some of the ideas that I'm examining and trying to put together to bring to the next administration should I be elected to the presidency. So we hope that we continue with this discussion. I hope that people come and think about it. And if they have any ideas, please come and tell us because we need to hear from everyone. We need everyone. That is the cry of the unity team, is that we cannot say that anyone is not needed. Everyone is needed in this effort that we are trying to do to get through the pandemic, to recover our economy from the problems that the pandemic has brought, and to position the Philippines to face the new world order and what will happen in the next few years. So thank you all very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Magandang gabi po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Bongbong Marcos, and maraming salamat to all our panelists. Sa pamamagitan ng SMNI Deep Probe, sinubok namin na dalhin sa ibang level ang pagkilatis sa ating mga presidential candidates. After all, the presidential post is the highest position of leadership in our country. Napakahalagang desisyon ang pagpili natin ng susunod na Pangulo ng ating bansa. We hope that today's Deep Probe gave people an opportunity to further scrutinize our candidates. Thank you to all our candidates who joined us today. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to get to know you more. And of course, thank you to the panelists for sharing your expertise. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight.